Hello everybody, this is a sound test. We are checking the background noise and the setup. Thanks a lot everybody. I think now we have a sound test. We are checking the background noise and the setup. And I'm switching off my mobile. It's a good moment for this. Hello everybody, this is a sound test. Now I will speak louder. This is sound test. We are testing the sound and the setup of the conference. Dear participants, welcome to the Integrated Digital Transformation Conference featuring 6 Interact projects: CORA, Com3, Futures by Design, Growing 4.0, Cupido, and Smart Villages. My name is Dariusz. I am Communication Manager for CORA project and part of a Telecom team. My role today as moderator is take us through the proceedings of the conference. The first thing that I would like to do is to give us some technical guidance. If you have technical difficulties with the platform, please hit the help button with the Vertly logo in the lower left corner on the screen. And then you should get help from the platform. If you want to ask questions to the speakers or post comments, please post them in the chat section. You should see the chat section on your left side. In the global chat, you can ask questions and post comments. If you have questions, please mark them with question marks at the beginning and at the end. For comments, please mark them with the word comment. We will read the global chat all the time through the conference, and we will check your comments and questions to the speakers. If you want to chat directly with the selected participants of the conference, you have to go to the chat section and pick conversations, pick the right person, and then start conversation with that person. So I think that clarifies our communication ways. Then we will have several polls during the conference. The questions will appear on your screen. You will be able to answer the question and see the overall results. Now, just to test it, we will have a test poll. My colleague Adelaide will send us a test question, and we can see all the results. Let's see if it works. So the question is, do you have a rather sunny or rather cloudy weather outside? I see the questions are filling in. It seems that over 90% of people have rather sunny weather outside. This is good news. For those who have a cloudy weather, the sun will come at some point to you. So now you can close the poll question and answer, and you will see the main stage again. We will also have a play during the conference. We will play a game. There will be magic letters appearing on your screen from time to time. You will have to collect the letters that you see on the screen. They will appear at random times and in random places, and you will have to put the letters into a phrase. Later on, you will send the phrase, when you have it, to the email address cora@atenecom.eu. We will pick 3 winners by the end of today, and the 3 winners will get a nice gift from us. My colleagues Alex and Adelaide will send us now the first letter of the game so that we know how it looks like. I didn't get the letter yet. I'm not sure if you have any technical difficulties with that or due to delay. So maybe I'm asking Christoph from our regie. And yes, now I can see the first letter. Great. Now that we have clarified the technical guidance and the game, we have one more thing happening during the conference. We have the cloud of challenges. We want to know what are the biggest challenges for the digital transformation in your region. You can answer this question in the polls section. If you click on the polls, you will see this question. You can provide your answers and fill in the cloud. So during the conference, we will collect the challenges and in the cloud, and we will ask speakers to react to the cloud. Now, the cloud will grow with the time as you provide more inputs, and we will come back to it several times. So now I will ask Christoph to show the cloud. Yes, and we have lots of challenges already that were posted by you so far. Since integrating solution, time, skills of the inhabitants, and broadband availability, as I can see now, are the biggest challenges and the most relevant. Thank you very much, everybody. So we have done some technical guidance. We know about the game. We have seen the cloud of challenges. You know now by going to the polls, you can fill in the questions. You can ask questions in the chat to the speakers. And now it's time for our first speaker. We will have a welcome speech by Hilda Krevits, Flemish Minister of Economy, Innovation, Work, Social Economy and Agriculture, and many other things. The intervention is in Dutch, so be prepared to read the subtitles. So, ladies and gentlemen, Hilda Krevits.
Beste aanwezigen en toehoorders, welkom op deze online conferentie rond geïntegreerde digitale transformatie. Digitalisering en digitale transformatie realiseren bij KMO's, lokale overheden en culturele organisaties en daarbij elke burger mee aan boord krijgen, is een topic dat heel hoog op de Vlaamse en de Europese beleidsagenda staat. Inclusief dus de mijne. De mate waarin KMO's en organisaties bewust aan de slag gaan met hun digitale transformatie verschilt enorm sterk. We zien een heel divers peloton van trekkers, volgers en complete beginnelingen. Inspireren om met digitalisering aan de slag te gaan is één ding. Maar KMO's en steden degelijk informeren en begeleiden bij het zetten van hun eerste stappen in de digitale transformatie is nog veel belangrijker. Met een goede dosis enthousiasme alleen kom je er niet. Er is ook nood aan de juiste kennis, infrastructuur, competenties en een gestructureerd kader om met digitalisering aan de slag te gaan. Ik ben dan ook bijzonder blij en dankbaar dat er initiatieven als CORA zijn die dat waardevolle kader kunnen bieden en zich heel specifiek richten op de concrete ondersteuning van steden, gemeenten en KMO's. Dankjewel dus voor het belangrijke werk dat jullie met Intercommunale Leijendal en de CORA-partners verrichten. Ook hier in Vlaanderen en met onze Vlaamse regering trekken we voluit de kaart van de digitalisering en de digitale transformatie. Dat is noodzakelijk om de concurrentiepositie van onze Vlaamse bedrijven veilig te stellen voor de toekomst. We zorgen ervoor dat ondernemingen via allerhande federaties, sectororganisaties en kennisinstellingen geïnspireerd, gesensibiliseerd en geïnformeerd worden over het enorme potentieel van digitale technologieën. Aan de hand van coachingtrajecten of onderzoeksprojecten sporen we hen aan om actie te ondernemen. Op die manier ondersteunen we niet enkel de koplopers, maar ook ondernemingen die misschien nog wat koudwatervrees hebben en die nog overtuigd moeten worden van het potentieel van digitalisering. Maar er is meer. We investeren ook ruim 5 miljoen euro in digitale experimenteerruimtes. In elke provincie en Vlaanderen zal zo'n experimenteerruimte opgestart worden. Dat zijn plaatsen waar KMO's terecht kunnen om hun digitaliseringsprojecten uit te testen. Met zo'n ruimte bieden we hen de kans om onder begeleiding van experts bijvoorbeeld hun voorraadbeheer te leren optimaliseren met spitsvondige technologieën. Beste mensen, het doet me deugd te zien dat jullie hier vandaag talrijk verzameld zijn om het over het thema digitale transformatie te hebben. Ik ben bijzonder trots op wat dit consortium aan Noordzee-regio-partners al allemaal bereikt heeft en dat Vlaanderen daar met Leijendal, Blenders VZW, OCM Manufacturing, Campus Series en nog zoveel andere organisaties deel van uitmaakt. Ongetwijfeld zullen jullie op het pad lokale overheden en KMO's tegenkomen die na een voorsmaakje via CORA en de andere projecten geproefd hebben van de mogelijkheden van digitalisering en nu de smaak volledig te pakken krijgen. Daarom sluit ik af met de warme oproep om die organisaties ook de weg te wijzen naar de instrumenten en de mogelijkheden die ik via Vlaio en het Vlaio-netwerk voorzie om hen verder op die weg te ondersteunen. Of het nu voor een intern bedrijfs-, gemeente- of cultureel project is, het instrumentarium biedt een brede waaier aan mogelijkheden voor ondersteuning en financiering. Bedankt daarvoor en ik wens jullie nog een heel vruchtbare meeting toe.
Thank you very much to Hilde Kravitz for the welcome. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to welcome on the stage speakers from the CORA project who will present pillars and dimensions of the digital transformation model. I would like to welcome Payman from Atenecom and Bieke from Intercommunale Leida. Hi guys, good to see you.
Hi.
Good morning.
Good morning, Thais.
Good morning, everybody. So now, Bieke and Payman, the floor is yours, and I'm leaving the stage for a moment.
Thank you, Darius, and good morning, and also welcome from our side to this digital conference on this beautiful sunny day. My name is Bieke Blauwblomme. I am project manager for the Intercommunale Leidal, focusing on technology and digital transformation. What is Leidal? It's an intermunicipal organization representing 13 cities and municipalities in the Southwest Flanders in Belgium. It wants to help the region develop into a dynamic and also sustainable way to be and stay an attractive region to do business, to live, and also to experience. We work on topics as regional and urban development, not only through spatial planning, but also on smart energy projects, house renovation, mobility sharing projects, and also very important, of course, these digital topics. We support, for example, municipalities to create better digital services for their own employees, as well as e-government services towards all citizens. We provide interesting environment and create opportunities for businesses in their digital transformation, for example, through the development of future-proof business parks. And to achieve this, Leidal is active in multiple Flemish and European funded projects, such as this Interreg, CORA and Com3 projects, in which Leidal is a lead partner. Payman?
Oh, thank you very much, Bieke. My name is Payman Chodabach, with a very difficult family name. I'm the coordinator of the team Smart Regions at the Atenecom and the project developer and coordinator of CORA. Also, a very warm welcome from my side to all of you. It's really our great pleasure to have so many participants today in the conference. And Bieke, it would be nice if you share your screen so that we can proceed with the presentation. I mean, before starting maybe with our presentation, also a big thanks to all 18 project partners of the CORA family for a very smooth cooperation. I really miss you all. That since over 1.5 years, I did not have the chance to meet you in person, but I'm pretty sure that our great collaboration will not end here. And with this conference, we still have many interesting and innovating things in front of us to do. I hope that we can see the presentation.
I have shared, so it should work.
It should work. So let's see if we get a sign.
Okay.
Yeah, perfect. That's really great. So BK, if you don't mind, we can already go to the second slide. Who we are and why we are here today. We, the CORA project, are an Interact North Sea region project with 18 partners from 7 European member states. We started our collaboration officially in 2017. And we are also very thankful to the Interact North Sea region program for giving us the opportunity to work, exchange, and learn from each other in the frame of the CORA project. And I'm pretty confident that this collaboration was worth. We come from different sectors and regions, 13 local and regional authorities, 3 scientific and university partners, and 2 private sector organizations. We have done many interesting things together in the last 4 years, and we will briefly inform you about them in the upcoming 20-25 minutes. But maybe we can start with the context. Similar to many other projects, we started with the context and the challenge and our targets. The main focus of CORA was to minimize the digital divide and to support rural areas on their journey towards digital transformation, a transformation which is integrated but also sustainable. And this is basically one of the main challenges all over Europe. As we were developing the project application in 2016, I can remember very well that the main digital targets in Europe were around improving the connectivity and digital infrastructure. Indeed, this is still a big challenge for many rural areas, no doubt on it, all over Europe. And a lot still needs to be done to improve the connectivity, reliable and affordable connectivity. However, the focus on people, their needs, their skills, and also their inclusion was not explicitly tackled on those times. And that was basically the starting point of our CORA approach, the gap between urban and rural areas and the topic of digital inclusion. And this is visible not only in terms of infrastructure, for example, what you see on the top right side of the slide, that at the moment, still over 40% of rural areas have not been covered by NGA network. NGA stands for Next Generation Access at 30 Mbits and more. But also in terms of availability and use of services, use of digital technologies by SMEs and smaller companies, but also the topic of digital competencies. With regard to the availability and use of online services, a good progress has been made, especially in the previous years, but also in the previous 1.5 years due to the corona. But there is still a lot to do, both on provider sides, but also on the demand side. More demand and use of digital services also requires adequate skills and competences. And there are still many social groups in both urban and rural societies that are lag behind and need support. This is basically what you see on the lower right side of the slide, that the basic skills of elderlies, for example, is still quite low, with almost 30% of elderlies having the basic skills. And this calls for an integrated development of different dimensions of digital transformation, namely digital infrastructure and services, but also skills and competencies. What Europe has been doing to bridge this divide, which is something that you see in this slide, and I want to go together with you through a journey with regard to the developments in Europe and the targets that Europe have been setting up. the Europe and the European targets have also been evolving during the time in the previous 10, 15 years, with a focus of Digital Agenda Europe 2020. The focus there was rather on the full coverage of NGA, 30 Mbits and more. The Gigabit Society targets 2025, however, integrated more advanced technologies and focused more on the uptake aspect of digitalization and digital infrastructure. It went also beyond these Gigabit Society targets. And in 2021, almost 2 months ago, I guess it was in March, Europe published also its Digital Compass, which basically translates the European digital ambitions for the next decade, focusing on a digitally skilled population and highly skilled digital professionals, substantial digital infrastructure, of course, digital transformation of businesses, but also digitalization of public sector. By comparing these visions and targets, you can easily see the transition from infrastructure-oriented targets to more social uptake and skill-related targets and ambitions in Europe. There's also one very interesting point next to this, is to see how fast digital technologies get outdated and how fast the transformation is taking place. While in 2010, we were talking about basic broadband with a speed of 2 Mbit. We considered NGA 30 Mbits and more in Digital Agenda Europe as a future-proof technology. And now we are talking about the Gigabit Society and gigabit connectivity for everyone. And this is not only through wires and fixed broadband, but also mobile connectivity and 5G. I mean, who knows what comes in the future? There are a lot of discussions at the moment on 6G and so far. And this basically shows how flexible we have to be and how future-proof we need to think and plan for our regions, not only in cities, but also in rural and remote areas, and together and for the people.
Yes, Payman, thank you. And based on these findings, this situation, we created a dream in CORA. And it's really a dream to create thriving remote areas that can evolve through their digital transformation into regions that remain interesting in the future and stay attractive for companies to be located, for families to live there. All while respecting, of course, this nature, this existing ecology, and creating opportunities to even strengthen these more. What could that mean then in practice? It could be, for example, rural areas obtaining access to broadband technologies and infrastructure at the same pace as cities do, so that they are not forgotten or staying last in line to start investments and deployments. It could also mean digital services being developed specifically to provide support and help to elderly people living in those rural areas. Or it could be programs being developed in which rural population is stimulated to continuously gain new digital skills and expertise to support and to take their role themselves in the development of the digital future of their municipalities. This would also avoid depopulation of rural areas, especially by younger generations moving away, and it could make these regions less vulnerable at the economic level. We all know that digital transformation cannot be reached in only one day. It's not something you just get by developing an app or a website. Digital transformation is a process. It's a new way of thinking and a strategy to look at actual and future developments in your region. We see that many regions and rural areas still face difficulties and challenges that inhibit and reduce their digital transformation process. And 3 of these main biggest challenges are highlighted here in this slide. In some regions, the digital broadband infrastructure is just still missing. Another challenge is to obtain even basic skills and knowledge among citizens, also government employees. And these skills are really needed then to obtain this higher acceptance, the demand and the use of this digital service provided by the local authorities. And today, regions and local authorities are in need of good support and inspiration to find and develop innovative solutions to keep their region attractive and to proceed in their digital transformation. Based on these common challenges and opportunities, a great group of 18 partners have found each other within this CORA project and started working at a European level and also within each of their own regions on these topics of digital infrastructure, services and skills. Through the CORA project, these 18 partners were able to develop innovative solutions as an answer to the challenges they face. So throughout the last 4 years, we were able to exchange good ideas, to learn from each other, from each other's experiences, from the trainings and the materials developed by the CORA university partners, and from the findings and outcomes of the numerous CORA activities. All of the CORA partners would have been willing and very happy to explain you their experiences, but because of the rather limited time today, we chose to give you instead a short introduction of the CORA partners in the next video.
My name is Paimon Khudabakh. I'm the project coordinator in CORA, and I'm really proud of our partnership and all our contributions to bridge the digital divide in the North Sea region.
Hello, I'm Per Ivar. I've come from Kongsvinger kommune. CORA has been a very good project for us.
Hello, I'm Jens. I'm from Aalborg University. I am the cybersecurity guy in CORA, always traveling around with my hacker tools. This is a keylogger reminding you never to share your password, never to use the same password in more than one place. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Dag Arne Henriksen, and I am representing Innlandet County, and I am a proud member of the CORA family.
Greetings to all CORA partners. Proud to be part of the group. This is a message from Vejle, Denmark, where we are focused on digital learning for all, and we have 2 local learning hubs. Have a great day. Bye.
Hello, my name is May-Britt.
Hello, my name is Tor.
And we come from Eidskog in Norway, and we are fan of the CORA project.
Yeah!
Hello, I'm Katarina Nordmark from Värmland County Administrative Board, and I'm very proud of being the coordinating partner of the Värmland Local Partnership in the CORA project.
My name is Håkon Jems. I work in Gehue municipality. This is the Finnskogen pilot. I am a happy member of the CORA family.
Hi, I'm Bix Jacobsen. I'm the director of the Groningen Internet Exchange Foundation. I'm proud to be member of the realization of the Broadband Information Center in the small city of Oldham, a nice CORA project.
Hello, I am Bart from Leidal, proud partner in the CORA project.
Hello, I am Bieke from Intercommunale Leidal, lead partner in the CORA project and based in the city of Kortrijk in Belgium.
We run pilot activities focusing on open access fiber in the business hub and digital services for public authorities.
Hi, I'm Matthias from Berge. The exchange of ideas with the CORA partners helped us to offer new services for our citizens and tourists.
Hello, I'm Henrik from the municipality of Nordjylland. As a rural municipality, we have great benefit of being part of CORA. Our digital divide has narrowed.
Hi, this is Morten Westergaard from the municipality of Middelfart in Denmark. I'm standing here in the middle of nowhere. I have to get home. Thanks to the European Union's project CORA, I'm able to get a ride back home from a rural area. I just simply ride along with the innovation and development in the CORA project. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jon and I work for the municipality of Sydjurs in Denmark. We are proud to be part of the CORA project. It has helped us emphasize the importance of digital infrastructure, digital skills and digital services, especially in rural areas. Bye.
Hi, I'm Cecilia in Torsby, Sweden, and behind me is Norway. And this is the location of our cross-border broadband pilot that I'm very proud to be part of.
Hello, we are the team from the University of Groningen, and we are happy to be part of the CORA and COM3 projects. Getting the chance to follow all progress made in the partner regions, learn from it, and share the knowledge gained. Thank you, colleagues, for the valuable collaboration.
Hello, I'm Jane from the University of Lincoln. My colleague Liz and I have really valued working with partners from across the North Sea region and helping them to prepare their CORA stories.
Okay, great. I got really emotional as I saw the video. I really miss you all, my dear friends and colleagues, and I'm also really proud of all of you and all we have done so far in the CORA project. But let's also have a look at what we did in the project. Our main target in the CORA was to improve the capacity of local and regional authorities in rural areas to become more ready for the digital transformation journey. And to do so, we started with the main challenge in rural areas and developed a very simple, however, a comprehensive model. That's basically what you see on the right-hand side of this slide. As I mentioned, the model looks very simple, and it's also very simple on the paper, but very complicated in practice. The aim for developing the model was to emphasize on the importance of creating a digital ecosystem in rural areas. Infrastructure, broadband infrastructure, fast, reliable, and affordable connectivity is without any doubt is the fundament, but the digital transformation is not equal to provide fiber optic to everyone and say that's it. The rural areas require responsive and user-friendly services, and people require also skills to use these services. And all these dimensions need to be considered and developed in parallel with active participation of different social groups and stakeholders. And built on this, the CORA model provides local and regional authorities with a set of strategic measures for each dimensions illustrated in this diagram, but our job does not end here. Built on this model, we further elaborated and tested different and diverse set of pilots with a small scale and specific targets and activities. And the learning from all our pilots combined with the basic knowledge out of the model helped us to create a wide range of training and coaching concepts and materials which have been communicated to our partners during the project implementation and used by them, but also are available for public and other rural communities and municipalities for free. And what is also important is that the digital transformation requires also a very strong political commitment and change of mindset. We have therefore created a set of policy briefs to share our main learnings, positions, and ideas with the policymakers at the regional, national, and European scale, hoping that the future strategies at all these levels will be more integrated and, of course, sustainable. Maybe we go to the next slide. Yeah, I mean, if we consider our model and our coaching concept as the brain of CORA, the pilots are the heart of it, so to say. We have tested over 12 small-scale projects in 12 different regions in 7 European countries during the previous 4 years. I won't go through all details, but in Torsby, in Värmland region, in Sweden, we have different pilots in 3 small municipalities in Inlandet County in Norway, Kongsvinger, Gru Kommune, and Eidskog Kommune. We have tested solutions in Hütteneberge in Germany, in the Leidel region in Belgium, in a small municipality of Oldambt in the Netherlands, in the Lincolnshire region in UK, and several municipalities in Denmark, namely Vejle, Nord-Eurus, Syd-Eurus, and Middelfart. And these pilots have tested one or more dimension of digital divide in the region, and already took important steps to bridge the divide. The cross-border fiber sharing in the very remote areas of Norway and Sweden, Wi-Fi connections for tourism purposes in the very rural areas of Djursland in Denmark, car sharing solutions in Middelfart, fixed and mobile hubs in Lincolnshire, Vejle, Oldambt, and Djursland, creative set of public services in Leidel region, but also in Hütteneberge, and of course the topic of digital skills workshops and campaigns in many of the pilot regions, but also Sweden and Norway are just some examples of the activities in our pilots that Bika will just showcase some of them for you.
Yes, indeed. It's 9 interesting pilots, but from which today we only want to share some selected ones with you. A first example is on digital infrastructure. The deployment and the rollout of fiber and broadband infrastructure is very expensive, as we know. But on the other hand, it creates a very important basis for the digital transformation of a region. So an important opportunity also within CORA was to look at a cost-efficient rollout, to look at interesting collaborations that will lower the costs of this deployment. And in this broaden pilot, very unique collaboration has been set up, namely between the inlanded county in Norway on the one hand, and the Värmland County Administrative Board in Sweden on the other hand, where in the Norwegian side of the border there were no concrete plans yet to provide these rural areas with super fast internet connection. On the other side of the border in Sweden there was rollout planned of this fiber infrastructure to end up in a few remote villages near the border. So a very fascinating and also interesting collaboration and model was developed between these two regions in order to share the fiber infrastructure from Sweden over the border towards the rural areas in Norway. And despite high challenges at legal and administrative level, the fiber has been deployed and even crossed a lake situated on the border to again lower the cost of deployment. This actually means that at this moment in the Finnskogsstoppen Hotel in Norway, they are using the high-speed internet services from Sweden over this fiber infrastructure, and more connections in the network to the network are planned in the near futures. So by collaborations between countries as demonstrated in this pilot, big savings can be made at the level of investments, and it can be seen as an interesting example for similar opportunities in Norway and Sweden, but also wider in the North Sea region. And also in Belgium, in the Leidel pilot, we have been working on a new and unique model to analyze the role of municipalities in the rollout of fiber and to test a real open access fiber model. This model is now being implemented and tested in the business hub owned by Leidel, but it also starts as a starting point to learn from it and to open up discussions with local authorities in our region to investigate how they can invest themselves in the deployment of fiber, on how to bring this fiber also into the homes and to the businesses situated on their territory, and how to get it operated also in a way it's user-friendly for the end customer, of course, and also to open up a wider market or to a wider market of service providers. In the next slide, we move from infrastructure to digital services. Where new ways of transparent communication and creating information flows and interactions was implemented in the Amt Hütteneberge pilot in the north of Germany. This way, this rural municipality wants to enhance their competitiveness and attractiveness compared to the cities in their region. In Am Tuttenberg, data terminals have been installed in public spaces, indoor and outdoor, to be used by citizens. So the municipality can now share, for example, real-time announcements and decisions from out of the council, or it provides citizens and also tourists with relevant content and also services to support, for example, this tourism in the area by promoting car sharing, bike services, and also show attractive touristic locations. Here you can see on the right a picture of these high quality touchscreens that are connected with the terminals. In the middle and in the left, you can see again the pilot activities in the Leidal region, focusing on the development of smart services for local authorities, for example, by combining innovative technologies such as a collection of LiDAR data for street images and photography. New online mapping services is now available and being used by more than 200 employees in the 13 public authorities in the Leidal region. This makes possible that accurate measurements are made possible for the spatial planning employees. So through this online tool, without the need of going outside or having to visit the physical space and location itself, which really proved to be very time efficient. For example, in preparations of civil works, and also provided a good solutions in times of COVID lockdown, of course. And on the left, you see one of the 140 installed smart mobility sensors that have been and will continue to collect traffic data to support and prepare policy decisions taken by local authorities at traffic level. And in the next slide, we go to the digital skills. It's showing some examples of pilot activities around improvement of digital skills for citizens and companies. Digital skills is an important challenge, as Payment already said, that through this digital transformation continues to be very relevant. A good knowledge and skilled users and citizens is fundamental to evolve towards a smarter region. 3 digital hubs, for example, on the left in the Lincolnshire pilots have been developed by the county council there, together with the Lincoln University. These are hubs that made available for companies for like coaching services or to test equipment and new technologies to support companies in realizing new business ideas. Also in Denmark, on the right, you can see a mobile hub was created by means of this equipped bus to go out to the citizens and to meet them. This bus has been driving around through Djursland. It was used at events and serves as a showroom on topics as this digital community, smart regions, digital solutions, and it also serves as a place for citizens to explore and develop their own digital skills. As digital transformation is high on the European agenda, but also in those of national and local authorities, this digital inclusion needs to become also a higher priority, we think. All citizens need to be on board. This also means elderly people. And this is exactly what the more digital pilot activities in Norway and Sweden aimed for. In Eikskog, Kongsvinger, Grue, a simple approach of digital integration has been done by bringing together young students with elderly people, and they achieved very beautiful and heartwarming results. More than 300 elderly people have learned there from this younger generation on how to make use of simple internet services like emailing, online banking, setting up video calls. So all very basic but important skills. And to give you a better view on this nice pilot, we will now share a short video with you.
kvinner og menn som har levd en stund, som er pionerer i dette arbeidet i Norge. Og dere unge som bidrar med den kunnskapen dere har, og kommer hit for å være med og vise og gi kunnskap.
Men jeg har da i hvert fall fått en e-mailadresse i dag, og så langt hadde jeg jo aldri trodd at jeg skulle komme. Men vi har kommet enda lenger. Vi har jo sendt melding til Beijing. Det er det at Nora kan ikke gi noe svar til mormor enda, for de ligger jo 6 timer foran, så Nora er jo i full søvn.
Jeg synes en sånn jobb egentlig er ganske grei å ha, for da kan du liksom lære eldre folk om internett som de trenger, for eksempel hvis de har lyst til å snakke med barnebarna sine, eller unga sine. Liksom ha kontakten med dem da.
Thanks, speaker, for sharing this, and also thanks to all our colleagues from Norway for creating this really nice video. But let's also have a look on some of the outcomes and outputs of the project. Sustainability of our solutions and findings, and sharing your experience to a wide range of target group was a basic value for us from the beginning. And this has been followed by creating a public and for free training platform, which offers local and regional authorities and anyone who is interested on the topic of digital transformation with a comprehensive, intuitive, and interactive set of training materials. So far, we have 20 courses on our platform. If you are interested on solutions to improve digital skills and competencies in your region, become more resilient towards cyber attacks, learn about cost-effective broadband technologies or innovative solutions for developing and promoting public services, I would definitely recommend that you visit our e-learning platform on the coraproject.eu/training. And I hope that you enjoy the comprehensive set of training courses that we offered there for you. It also might be that I have been a bit fast or not clear during our presentation, so no worries. We have created a short but very interesting brochure about our pilot activities. Interestingly, we have been quite honest in this brochure, meaning that we have not only described how good we were and how good we implemented the project, our weaknesses, missing targets, and challenges we faced during the implementation of our activities are also described in this summary document. If you are planning to implement digital projects in your region, I would definitely recommend that you also take a look at this document. Our learnings during the implementation of our pilots could maybe useful for you and your digital projects as well. And you will find also this document on our platform in the download section.
Yes, and as mainstreaming and know-how transfer is very important in the CORA project, also 4 policy briefs have been developed by the partners and the Lincoln University and are now being finalized. These 4 policy briefs will become available as well on the CORA project website, and they will be distributed to relevant stakeholders as a support in discussions on topics as mentioned here in the slide, the enhancement of efficiency, network development, increasing of service take-up, development and use of digital services, and of course the enhancement of digital skills. We want to wrap up with summarizing that the CORA project, with the CORA project, these 18 fantastic partners were able to become real experts in all kinds of topics related to the digital transformation. by testing and developing solutions on broadband rollout, development of e-services, and enhancement of digital skills through trainings, workshops, or by establishing digital hubs. All partners already helped their region in their digital transformation, and I know they will continue to do so in the future to serve as an example and to share their expertise with the wider North Sea region. My colleagues and I from Ladel are very happy and proud of what the CORA project has achieved. I hope the CORA model will support and help municipalities to continue their work on the digital transformation in the future, and that today at least we could inspire you already a bit with the great opportunities this can bring for municipalities and for rural areas. Payman?
I can only say that please join our community, and you can also get an overview of all project findings, project information on our website, but also we are on Twitter and LinkedIn active. We would be happy to meet you, at least virtually.
Exactly. Thank you very much for your attention, and have a nice day.
Thanks a lot to all of you.
So, Bika and Payman, thank you very much. You presented a lot of efforts and wide initiatives towards building the digital bridge between regions. Thanks a lot to all CORA partners. We will dive deeper into the topic of digital skills and digital services in the following sessions. But before you go, Payman and Bika, I would like to ask you some questions. Now, Christoph will show us the cloud of challenges. Let's wait a second. So, dear participants, we can see the cloud of challenges. We can see the biggest challenges for the digital transformation in your regions that you entered. And now I have questions to Bika and Payman. So, Bika, you presented the, as Payman said, simple model, but on the paper. So, looking at the cloud of challenges, do they fit and how do they relate to the model that you just presented? Do you see commonalities?
Yes, of course. I see a lot of things, also small words I just cannot read at this point, but I'm very sure I see finance, I see strategy, integrating of solutions, skills. I'm sure that all of these really fit into our model because it's made at a very, very general way that it's able to implement all of these things. So I'm sure they are very implementable on our model and that the model is used to really go into detail for all of these challenges.
Thank you, Bika. And Payman, looking at the challenges, do you agree with them? So, which ones do you think are the most relevant?
Darius, please don't ask this question because all of them are important points. They are the very critical factors for creating a transformation ecosystem. And when I look at this cloud, one thing that just is really an important topic, especially for rural areas, is the topic of strategy that I see also in the middle. And quite often we see that there are isolated solutions, isolated digital solutions that are being implemented here and there in different regions. It could be in urban areas, but also especially in rural areas. What always is missing, or in most cases is missing, is a sort of roadmap, a sort of strategy which guides local and regional authorities towards their digital transformation journey. And I'm really happy that I see also the topic of strategy also here in this cloud. And maybe next to this, I also saw something, the defense versus offense. It's also a very interesting and nice, let's say, point that has been mentioned by the participants. It also shows that the rural municipalities, rural regions, they also require a sort of inspiration, motivation to move forward and think for the future. And I think it's a really important point to focus on, let's say, the future of rural areas.
So Dick and Payman, thank you so much for being here, for your intervention and your answers.
You're
So
welcome.
you will now leave the stage. Dear participants, you still have a chance to complete the cloud of challenges. You can go to the poll sections and provide more answers. And now we will have a short break. We will look at the images from the Norwegian nature, inspiring us for the latest sessions. Big thanks for Håkon from Gro municipalities, who actually presented and recorded videos to us. So everybody, let's enjoy the break, let's enjoy the video, and we will be back at 11:15.
I'm in California where it never rains. You and I were fighting and I needed space. Every day is sunny, oh that's what they say. Since I landed here it's raining every day. You and I are stormy too, wonder if I'm good for you. Are we ignoring the truth? You like to pull me apart. Do you love me? Do you not? Either way, you had me from the start. Maybe the rain will pass soon and leave us with a super blue. Baby, I know it's been a rough June. I hope we make it to our super blue. Drove into the desert to look at the stars. Wonder where we're going and where we are. Tell me why a flower, will he break my heart? Did we stop growing cause it got too hard? You and I are stormy too, wonder if I'm good for you. Are we ignoring the truth? You like to pull me apart. Forget me not. Either way, you had me from the start. Maybe the rain will pass soon and leave us with a super blue. Baby, I know it's been a rough June. I hope we make it to our super blue. pull me apart. Forget me not. Either way, you had me from the start. Maybe the rain will pass soon and leave us with a super blue. Baby, I know it's been a rough June. I hope we make it to our super I'm in California where it never rains. You and I were fighting and I needed space. Every day is sunny, oh that's what they say. Since I landed here it's raining every day. You and I are stormy too. Wonder if I'm good for you. Are we ignoring the truth? You like to pull me apart. Do you love me? Do you not? Either way you had me from the start. Maybe the rain will pass soon and leave us with a super blue. Baby, I know it's been a rough June. I hope we make it to our super drove into the desert to look at the stars. Wonder where we're going and where we are. Tell me why a flower will he break my heart? Did we stop growing cause it got too hard? You and I are stormy too. Wonder if I'm good for you. Are we ignoring the truth? You like to pull me apart. Forget me not. Either way you had me from the start. Maybe the rain will pass soon and leave us with a super blue. Baby, I know it's been a rough June. I hope we make it to our super blue. it got too hard. You and I are stormy too. Wonder if I'm good for you. Are we ignoring the truth? You like to pull me apart. Forget me, forget me not. Either way, you had me from the start. Maybe the rain will pass soon and leave us with a super blue. Baby, I know it's been a rough June. I hope we make it to our super blue. I hope we make it super blue. I hope we make it. Maybe the rain will pass soon and leave us with a super blue. Baby, I know it's been a rough June. I hope we make it to our super blue. I'm in California where it never rains. You and I were fighting and I needed space. Every day is sunny, oh that's what they say. Since I landed here it's raining every day. You and I are stormy too. Wonder if I'm good for you. Are we ignoring the truth? You like to pull me apart. Do you love me? Do you not? Either way, you had me from the start. Maybe the rain will pass soon and leave us with a super blue. Baby, I know it's been a rough June. I hope we make it to our super blue. Drove into the desert to look at the stars. Wonder where we're going and where we are. Tell me why a flower will he break my heart? Did we stop growing cause it got too hard? You and I are stormy too. Wonder if I'm good for you. Are we ignoring the truth? You like to pull me apart. Forget me, forget me not. Either way, you had me from the start. Maybe the rain will pass soon and leave us with a super blue. Baby, I know it's been a rough June. I hope we make it to our super blue. Blue. You like to pull me apart. Do you love me? Do you not? Either way, you had me from the start. Maybe the rain will pass soon and leave us with a super blue. Baby, I know it's been a rough June. I hope we make it to our super blue. Drove into the desert to look at the stars. Wonder where we're going and where we are. Tell me why a flower will he break my heart? Did we stop growing cause it got too hard? You and I are stormy too. Wonder if I'm good for you. Are we ignoring the truth? You like to pull me apart. Forget me not. Either way, you had me from the start. Maybe the rain will pass soon and leave us with a super blue. Baby, I know it's been a rough June. I hope we make it to our super I hope we make it super blue. I hope we make it. Maybe the rain will pass.
Dear participants, welcome back after the break. Big thanks to Håkon for the great videos from Norway. Many of us, including me, would like to go to Norway right now, I guess. And soon this should be possible. Now we will have a 1-hour session going deep into digital skills in economic context. I would like to invite to the stage now 3 speakers. We have Franziska from University of Groningen, Futures by Design project. We have Marike from Hansa University of Applied Sciences Growing 4.0. And we have Eva from Alexanderson Institute Com3 project. Dear speakers, welcome to the stage. You can say hi to everybody.
Hello, Darius.
Hi.
Hello, audience.
Good to see you.
Great to be here.
Good to see you on the stage. I would like to remind the audience that you can ask questions in the chat as the presentations go. Mark them with question marks. You can also post comments and mark them with comments, and we will provide them to speakers. So now, without further ado, Franziska will stay on the stage and will deliver her introduction. So, Franziska, the floor is yours, and we are disappearing.
Thank you. Okay, well, welcome everyone. My name is Franziska Bay, and as Darius introduced, I work for the University of Groningen in the Futures by Design project. We are supporting small to medium enterprises with their digitization journey in this project. And I'm working here as this is part of my PhD research. So I'm working on the concept and the evaluation mainly. Well, let's dive right in. So first of all, I would like to tell you why we think SMEs need data science skills, especially now during the pandemic. A lot of purchasing and markets shifted online. So this increased the pressure for the SMEs to digitize. And they also report this back to us. That means, as a benefit, data is more easily available for them. This is what we try to communicate. Well, because what we see and what research also showed is that data-driven companies work more efficiently, they're more sustainable, And that stems from more informed decisions that the entrepreneurs can make based on the data that they gather rather than just their gut feeling, which might be good, but data-driven is always even better to have some more security and planning. So in the end, what we hope the companies really get out of using more data science in their workflow and processes is a higher profitability, higher productivity of their production, and business growth. That is what our project, Futures by Design, wants to help companies and then also the regions that we're active in on working on. I put a little overview of our project journey for you on my slide. We start with a registration, obviously, of the companies. We reach out. Sometimes they reach out to us from hearing about us in their network, and we ask them to fill in a self-evaluation form so that we can learn about their current data science skills, but also so they know where they stand themselves. And then we continue, we show them a certain set of tools that was developed by one of our project partners in the Futures by Design project, that is the YATS Academy of Data Science. They can use all the cool tools that we have for them. They don't have to, they just pick what they need in their situation, and then they come to us with their question, really, and it's very customizable to their situation and what they want to get out of their data that they already have, what is possible with that. And then we see how we can advance their use of the data or maybe add some more that they can learn from. In the end, that is mainly my role again. We do our project evaluation, and after the execution, obviously, we do the evaluation and see what they learned, how they benefited, and also what we learned as a project organizing party. On the side of that, we provide the companies with background data on new technologies, on skills that they should have, and where they can gain more information. That we do in an online knowledge sharing hub. Then I brought you 2 examples of projects that are possible within the scope of Futures by Design. One is, think about a regular bakery that just wants to do something more with their data. So they already have data in their register, and think of using freely available data like the weather data. So they can, or we can look together with them into what they sell the most of when it's very sunny, or during cold days. So then they can adjust their production based on the weather forecast and become more efficient in their processes and also more sustainable in their usage of resources. Or you could use similar data in a different setting, which is booking and registered data in a hair salon, just by looking at how long people take to actually the staff takes to actually go through with the appointments. If you see someone's working very slowly all the time, you could just talk to them and see what's going on and then optimize your staff planning, but also how you schedule the appointments. These are just projects as examples, but taking a step back now again, first they fill in the questionnaire, right? So we have a data maturity scan. And one of the questions that these companies have to answer before we set a goal or a project with them is how they use the data that they currently have. So the question is, when gathering, saving, editing, and analyzing data within our organization, what does it look like? And then, depending on the answer, not only one question, of course, but depending on their answers, we sort them into categories of how well they're already doing their data work. So some people still work on paper, some make use of standard software, but some people already link their data with something else and, do something like what I just explained in the examples already. So these are the different levels. I'll have a better overview on the next few slides of that as well. Moving on to what is in our project for the SMEs. So what do they get from us? Or what can they expect? Well, we take them, or we aim to take them through some of the steps of digitization throughout the journey. And as we define them, it starts, well, for some of them at least, it starts with digitizing the data before we can even do anything with it, cleaning the data, describing, and then we can only move on to predictive analysis and using more advanced stuff like algorithms and machine learning. But a lot of the companies that we work with, I'm going to tell you that now already, are in the early steps. Then we go on, we define a project with them, and it's really based on what the company wants and needs. But just some of the topics that we're working with are benchmarking. We try to set up the hub and also implement benchmarking tools in that for the companies. Many of them ask for help with social media and marketing, especially, as I said, during the pandemic, everything has shifted online. So that is something that would be very useful for them. But also collection and storage of data with the new data privacy laws. A lot of people get confused and don't know really how it works and need help and guidance with that. Along with that, scraping and cleaning data. If you collect a lot of data, you probably won't need all of that. So that is what we help them with and what they can expect from our project. Now, on the other side, what do we get from the project? Because on my side, I'm a researcher, and as a research institution, we also hope to take something away from these Interreg projects. And well, we hope to gain data ourselves and insights into what is the state of digitization in different regions or in the regions that we're working in, and maybe also different industries that we can gather in our sample. So we hope to learn about what is the most burning topic. So what is it that they need to work on first from a bottom-up perspective, and not from like research and what we think as researchers would help the SMEs the best, but actually what do they want to implement the most, and what do they feel is good for them. So I think this project helps us to understand it from their perspective very well. That is what we're looking for. Also, who comes to us, and well, how can we share this information among a group of entrepreneurs in a region? Further, the state of digitization. Well, I already have some insights into that I'm going to share also in the next slide. We see that there are certain regional tendencies already in our, well, not complete sample yet, but you will see that in my graph also. However, what I found surprising is that there's no link that I would have expected, at least, between either the age of the entrepreneur that worked with us or the firm and their data science skills. So maybe it's more dependent on the industry. I haven't looked at that yet. And you'll see data maturity seems rather high in the sample that we have so far. But from what I've heard from people who actually do the workshops and work with the SMEs, it's often that they know they need the skills and that they know they need to work with data. So they're collecting it and it's there, they have it. But when we get to the cleaning process and what we actually do to predict something, that's where the problems lie. Also, we might have a self-selection bias in our sample. So it might be that people who are more interested and more keen to further digitize reach out to us. But I don't want to make it more exciting and have the anticipation. So here's the graph that I was referring to. So on the right side, you see our different skill levels for the digital skills of the firms. And on the left side, you see the scale of different regions that participate and which category they fall into. So where we see quite a few firms, especially in Cambridge, Bremen, Osterholz, Germany, and Antwerp that are in the predicting, so in a very high level. But yeah, we do see a broad variety of companies also that are in the lower levels and still need more support to continue the digitization strategies. So yeah, this is what we do. We try to help these companies advance their skills and make use of predictive data analysis to be more efficient. Yeah, and my goal is to also measure how well we do that and how we can improve our strategies, not only them. And as a final slide, I'm going to show you all the regions again that are participating and the institutes. You can find them on the left side. We have partners in the Netherlands, Belgium, Germany, Sweden, and the UK. And it's an ongoing project. So we're still working with the companies and collecting data, gathering feedback, and hoping to leave it as a legacy. That's it from me for now. If you have questions, I'll be available later.
Franziska, thank you very much for your intervention. I have 2 questions from the audience and 1 comment. So let's start with a question. We have a question from Payman. How do you approach companies and make them enthusiastic to join your journey? And how challenging is this?
Well, I might not be the actual greatest person to ask that because I'm not working with the SMEs directly, but I do know that we're present at like, how would you call it? Like conferences, exhibitions where career events or something like that. So we have open tables with the companies. We try to approach them in open events. But I also know that some regions have cooperations with like the regional government to facilitate the communication.
Thank you, Franziska. And I think we have another question from Trinke. So, Franziska, what skills do SMEs need in-house? How do you see the future? Curious, how does research relate to the futures by design?
Well, what do SMEs need in-house? A lot of them, to us at least, they are complaining about lacking human capital and like the time to actually implement all the skills that they need and to change the processes. But then we try to like to lower the threshold for them by helping them and coming into the company with external help for them to see that a little effort already makes a big difference for them. So I think for most of them, they just need a little push to do it themselves. That is the greatest thing SMEs need in-house. How do I see the future research relates? I'm not sure I know exactly what that question aims at, but for the future, of course, we hope to continue this project and make it more of a network supported system for SMEs to help each other, and maybe involve students from the universities who are into data science in projects with the SMEs locally.
We have 1 more question from Philip. How do you make companies aware that the quality of their data is insufficient?
Well, we do have a lot of information for them on data cleaning and why it's necessary. And of course, it's always difficult to make it, well, scientifically correct and give them a short crash course. But they do take our information very well, and they understand what a good data set needs to have pretty easily. So usually we don't make them work with very complex data sets and difficult stuff to begin with. So I think starting slow and easy is always a good way to make them understand the correct methodology and quality.
Thank you, Franziska. Thank you very much for your intervention. You will now leave the stage, and I'll see you back on the stage at the end of the session for one more question from my side.
Wonderful. Thank you very much.
Now I would like to invite Marika to the stage. Marika will give an intervention about overcoming barriers for SMEs in the transition to Industry 4.0. Marika, if you are ready, good to see you on the stage.
Yes, okay, thank you. Welcome. I really like to see, or not see, but to be here and look with me to one of the results of our project, the project Growing 4.0. I am Marike Pedersen. I'm a researcher at Hanze University of Applied Science. My research is about Industry 4.0, about skills and about road mapping. And in this project Growing 4.0, I do a lot of work on our work package about skills and training. The project is about Industry 4.0 and SMEs, and in this presentation I will tell you something about Industry 4.0 and specific the situation for SMEs. And I will tell you about the experiences and development of our HRM 4.0 portfolio we developed for our SMEs. And I hope you will be able to look at one of the tools and you can fill it in so we can work with this tool, the competence-based management tool we developed. First about our project, it's a North Sea region project and we have partners in the Netherlands, Belgium, Germany, Great Britain and Denmark. The partners from the Netherlands are Hanze University of Applied Science and SNN. From Belgium, we have FOCA, Chamber of Commerce, Flanders, Make and Blenders. We have partners from Denmark, that is via University College from Aarhus. And from Germany, we have several partners, Allianz für die Region, Athenecom and Australia Hochschule. And in Great Britain, we have the Anglia Ruskin University, TWI and Opportunity Peterborough. So with this group, we really have made a nice project. We started it 4 years ago. And well, I really enjoyed this project because we could do so much for SMEs, and SMEs were very happy that we could work with them, because in the manufacturing industry, it's very difficult for SMEs to remain competitive. And we have a big challenge that we give some guidance to SMEs in their transformation towards this Industry 4.0. So what is smart industry about? Smart industry is much about some smart industry techniques. And since 2011, this concept has been started in Germany and is driven by technological principles like cyber-physical systems. That means that there are computer systems that work in the real environment. And it's mostly with industrial IoT, so it works with a lot of sensors, and sensors work together with these systems, and that's very important in Industry 4.0 IoT. There's a lot about data, and Francesca already mentioned it, that data is really getting more important. There is cyber security, because you're becoming more vulnerable for all kinds of threats like cyber attacks. It's about augmented reality, autonomous robots and additive manufacturing like 3D printing. And it's about simulation and modeling. And that's, for example, digital twinning, that you can make a twin of your production process, and you can make changes in the twin to look what happens in your surrounding. Of course, this gives SMEs a lot of opportunities, and big companies already have these opportunities, but it's more difficult for SMEs to reach all these opportunities because there are lots of barriers. And in our project, we made a nice desk study about this. You can see it here on my slide. That we made this desk study, and you can find it on our website. And we have some conclusions made about these barriers. So what are important barriers why SMEs find it more difficult to join Industry 4.0 than big companies? As you could see at the techniques I mentioned, like digital twinning or industrial IoT, these are very complex things. These complex things, they need guidance for this. And what they miss is guidance. And what they especially want from us is to tell, okay, what is a technique we need and what is a technique we don't need. So that's the business support point. And also this uncertainty and complexity means that the SMEs are very cautious to invest in Industry 4.0, and it's also very difficult to find investment. But since they do not know what they will get out of it, they are very cautious to make big investments. And big investments are needed because these techniques are very expensive. And also there is a lack of standards, and they want to have these standards because it makes it easier for them to choose. If everybody uses the same software programs, for example, it's easier to work with it, and you don't have to do a lot of work of making the decision, oh, what software do I need? You just need. And that lack of standards is also something they find very difficult. Then we have the problem with the workforce, and the workforce is what the work package on skills and training is very much about. So about the situation in the North Sea region, I think most SMEs are in the first stages, and Francesca also mentioned something for data that they are not so far in maturity. Well, I think for Industry 4.0, the case is that most SMEs are in the first stages of development to Industry 4.0. But all regions and also SMEs are very much interested in it. And the regions are also very much interested in helping companies with this transformation. And the partner regions have all a good starting position. So that is good because if you have a good backbone and a good infrastructure and well-educated people, you have a good starting position to work on with Industry 4.0. And a common and frequently mentioned problem is that preparing and finding personnel for this transition. And it's not only technical personnel, that of course is very important, but you also need people with open-mindedness and change attitude. So you need change agents for this. Well, we worked on tools for skills. We did, of course, in a project do a lot more, but for this, we did business and technological tools. But in this presentation, I focus on our human resource management tools. We tested several tools. We tested existing tools, and we tested tools that we developed by ourselves in the projects. And we tested these tools in companies. Well, we have tested really a lot of tools in very, very different companies, and that was very nice. We did maturity assessment tools. We tested, I guess, 5 maturity assessment tools. We tested tools to measure competencies. We also test tools to work with data and tools for change management. Of course, not all tools were very adequate for SMEs, and well, some tools were good for some businesses, but not for all businesses, and some tools were good for one situation, but not for all situations. So it was not very clear that we could say, oh, this tool is overall the best tool and everybody likes it. No, even some countries liked some tools more than other tools. So some countries like more the workshops and the gaming, and others like more the maturity. And we compared the results of all our tools with the results we had in our maturity assessments. So conclusions based on our experiment, on our testing, was that they were all very interested in tools that would help them with HRM, because all SMEs thought, oh yes, there's a problem, we should do something with it. But it was very complex to get an overview of the current work organization. When we came to organizations and they said to us, okay, what do I need for the future? Well, then you should know what you have now. Well, this current overview of the work organization for SMEs is rather difficult because, well, human resource management is not the core topic in SMEs. And it was also very, very hard to imagine what the future workforce should be. And that had to do with the field of smart industry, that it is very abstract. It was very hard to think about, for example, industrial IoT. Okay, and what kind of skills do I need, and how soon do I need these skills? So there was not one single tool, so we decided to go for a combination of tools, a portfolio. What also is a problem, that there are a lot of various technical skills. As you saw in my overview of Industry 4.0 techniques, you will see, wow, this is really huge technical skills for different aspects. And that makes it difficult to make the decision, okay, what skills do I need? And change is a constant factor. And dealing with change is very important. And then you come to more soft or skills like critical thinking and problem solving skills. One of the things we mentioned was that there is a relation between the maturity stage and what you need on human resources. And that, of course, is very logical because, okay. Yes, that is, of course, very logical, because if you are in a maturity stage when you have, for example, just an ERP software and you do a lot of paper and pen data collection, then you do not need someone making artificial intelligence decisions or writing algorithms, because you're just not in that stage. So there is really a relationship between the maturity and what you need on human resources. So in our human resource management portfolio, we thought that the maturity assessment should be a part of it, a starting part of HRM portfolio. Because if a company is aware of the phase it is, the maturity level, then it can compare with other companies that are in the same level. And then to go to a next step, you can develop a roadmap. So I go from stage 2 to stage 3. Okay, what do I need for that? What skills do I need to get there? So that road mapping is also a nice part of the maturity stage, going from one level to another level. So the suggestion was from the SMEs that there was not one tool, but a combination of tools, and that the maturity should be a part of it. But also it should be about change, because it's very hard for a company to think about changes in the workforce if they have no clue for Industry 4.0 technologies. So they want some things about chains and also some information about Industry 4.0 technologies. And then a word that came back all the time was competences. So they wanted to do something with competences in the company. So the result was a combination of tools, this assessment for maturity, information about Industry 4.0 technologies, and one of our partners developed the Australia catalog, which gives a nice overview about the use of Industry 4.0 technologies, and a competence-based tool to fill in for the company. We also have a transition workshop to deal with change. And after all these workshops and assessments, it's very good to discuss the results with employees, company, and a consultant. So, okay, you're here now. We did all these tools, and what can be the next step? I also want to show you some concrete example of one of the tools we developed by ourselves in this project, because I think it's nice to see what kind of tools, what does it mean. Well, this tool is a tool on organizational level, so it's not on an individual level. And the goal of this competence-based tool is that an organization, an SME, gets insight in what the people think about competences, so what their employees think about competencies. And therefore, we made a kind of survey, and the people of the organization fill in this survey, and these surveys are collected, and then the SME gets an automatically generated report. It is a digital tool, it is online, and if you do not need any consultancy or you just want to do it by yourself as a company, you can do that. You can make a registration. You need to sign up and then as a company, and then you get a link, and the link you can send to your employees, and you set a date, for example, a week, and after a week the survey is closed, the report is made, and then the report is sent to the company. And so the company can look at the report and, well, can start a discussion in the company about changing competences and how do the employees in the company look at competences, what are important competences for the future according to employees. So this is the idea of our competence-based tool. And I hope you can find the link in the chat, because if you want to, you can fill in the tool by yourself and look, okay, what is this for a kind of tool? I will show you on the next page what you will see. This is the HRM Industry 4.0 tool, and if you go to the link, you will see this. Yes. I can try to fill it in by myself now, but you can also do it. So, yes, here is my survey, so I can fill it in, and I'm Marike, I'm at the Hanze. So, and then you can see, hey, what kind of work do you do in your organization? And we based this on all kinds of research we did. And we found an article which gave this nice overview. So, okay, my job has mainly to do with IT. This is for me. And if I click, I get, so what am I doing with the IT? I'm a PLC programmer. Okay, now I get some qualifications relevant for a PLC programmer. So then I can make two choices. You need to fill in every line and get this green thing here. because otherwise you do not get to the next question. So if you fill it in, so I fill it in now a bit fast. So then I get new questions. So I'm here, get here my new, yes. So, and we make some more specific questions for the function. So, for example, if you are a PLC programmer, you have to know something about artificial intelligence. Do you think that becomes more important or not? And these are more general skills like language skills, manual skills, creativity. So these are more these kind of skills. So I fill it in. This will take some time, but we hope everybody can do it in at least 5 to 10 minutes, not think too much about it. So then I get another, and this is about the maturity. And that's nice because then you think, hey, okay, where in the transition would I place my organization? So I would say we are far automated. And do you think your job will change? Yes, I think I will change. Okay, and now I have some keyword, and my keyword is cobots. So now I have filled in this, and I can submit it, and then it is submitted. What happens now is, here I am, yes, that when the survey is closed, the company gets a report, and this is an example report. This is a report from an organization I did earlier this week. And what you can see, and these are nice questions, is okay, you can see here it's in Dutch, but here are qualifications relevant for a management position. Do you have this, and is it relevant for the future? And then you can see what the people filled in. You can also see what they think about the states they're in. And what is really nice to see, or that how far a company is in the transition to smart industry depends on the position, because this is the same company, but almost 60% says, okay, we are in stage 2. You can see it here. 60% says, okay, we are in stage 2. We have ERP systems and a little automated. But there is also 8% saying, okay, we are completely automated. We are a smart factory. So this gives food for thought. If you are in a company and you get the results, you get the report, you can have this meeting with your employees and say, hey, okay, what do we think about being in this stage? Why do you think it will be fully automated? And why do you think we're just in stage 2? Yeah, reflection on what we learned from working with the companies. Yeah, there's a lot of uncertainty for companies, but also for the testers. We don't know how it will turn out. And what does it mean for my employees? And it's not easy to give answers to the companies. But what we find out that companies experience these tools as a first step, an introduction, as an aha experience, a first look outside the box. And I think that is what we as a project can bring to the SMEs. Of course, we cannot make a complete smart factory. We cannot build that, but we can give them an introduction, an experience, and a first step for the future. So, yeah, this is, well, what I wanted to tell you about our project, Growing 4.0. We have a lot of more tools. We also have tools about the return on investment. We have future-oriented tools. We have nice desk research. So I suppose if you have time, you can go to our website and find out what interesting tools we have made for you in this project. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Marika. Thanks a lot for your intervention. We have some questions and comments from the audience, so let's take them now. We have a question from Payman. The question is, I can imagine that one of the barriers for SMEs towards Industry 4.0 is about the finance and investment. Do you also focus on this dimension in the project?
Yes, we have this tool, return on investment, that organizations can make a kind of scan of the financial situation in their organization. It is developed in the Anglia Ruskin University. Yes, so we have a tool focusing on, okay, if I make an investment, what do I get for that? So in that case, it's not the same work package as our work package because ours on skills, but we have this more about business modeling, and we developed some tools for that. So yes, we have that.
Thank you. We have another question from Liz. How well do the tools work in isolation? Are they offered with ongoing support from an intermediary, for example, business support provider or university?
I think if you have a good business consultant, it's better to work with a business consultant and the tools. So we thought about, of course, what are our tools for? Our tools are for business consultants. They can use these tools to work with companies. But we also want to approach SMEs by themselves, for example, by the tool I showed to you, that they can work by themselves if they do not want to make use of a consultant or they do it by themselves, then that is possible. So I think it has value to do it with a business consultant, but if SMEs want to do it by themselves, our tools are free. You can find them on the website and you can do it on your own.
Great, thank you. We have also a comment from Philip. Philip says, very useful human resources maturity model, also for governments. It makes the human resources dimension clear for the company organization from digitalizing services to digital transformation. Thank you, Philip, for this comment.
Oh, that's great to hear.
Thank you so much, Marika. So now you will leave the stage and I will see you at the end of the session once again.
Yes, okay, thank you.
Now I would like to invite Eva from Alexanderson Institute Com3 project to the stage. And Eva will introduce us to building communities around digitalization of businesses. Welcome, Eva. And the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. So, my name is Eva Hjelmerud, and I work for the Alexanderson Institute in Varberg, Sweden. And we are very proud to be partners both in Futures by Design and in the Com3 project that I'm going to present now. What brings these projects together is data is the new currency, as we all know. Com3 stands for Building Competencies for Competitive Companies, because we know that in an ever more digital world, SMEs in rural areas are faced with many uncertainties. And to stay competitive, they need to constantly improve their digital readiness. But public authorities and business support organizations often don't have the right tools and competencies to support rural SMEs on this journey. So Com3 is working towards digitally enabled and transformed SMEs in rural areas that make the North Sea region a more attractive place to live, work and invest in. And you can say that we work in 3 different areas. We have regional pilots. We have 9 regional pilots in 7 countries to show the way and test solutions developed by Com3 partners in real use cases. We have a support model. We are jointly developing a support model to strengthen and empower local and regional authorities and business support organizations, because they have a role as a facilitator for the tech adoption of rural enterprises. And the third part is a community. We want to build a community around business digitalization in the North Sea region. So, the pilots. The ultimate goal of COM3 is to give rise to tech-enabled and tech-branded rural areas in which rural enterprises are able to grow and scale up by means of effective use of digital technologies. So, let's go on a road trip. We start our journey in northern Germany. In northern Schleswig-Holstein, we find the regional authority of Amt Hüttner Berge. Hüttner Berge consists of 16 rural communities, and Amt Hüttner Berge has established a high-performance digital infrastructure that currently reaches approximately 90% of all 5,000 households. In the context of its future strategy, Hüttner Berge's goal is to increase the attractiveness of its 16 rural communities by improving the regional economic environment with support of digital technologies. So, digital solutions for promotion and purchase of local products. It's called Shopping in My Village. The 17th of May, they launched a brand new marketplace called Heimatware. It's a local online marketplace that is combined with a delivery service that enables domestic companies to compete with bigger online portals that operate across local boundaries. So this is a huge step forward that will help connect regional producers, retailers, and local craft with each other and to gain new customers. Our next step is in Vejle in Denmark. Vejle is a town located in the southeast of Jutland. The predominant sector of local economy are food, manufacturing, and tourism. And previous local analysis of the business in Vejle have clearly shown that increasing the knowledge and competences related to innovative digital solution is a clear priority for the region. The Vejle pilot is about improving the capacity in the local business service to address digital and green innovation potential in local SMEs. But due to market change during the pandemic, Vejle has restarted their prototype development, and they are using design thinking workshops and have 3 prototype ideas developed. One about funding service, one about communication service, and the third one, value-based business service. Furthermore, Vejle has purchased a video equipment which can be used by SMEs for live streaming and or video production. And the first users have been the University College and local SMEs from the food sector. So if you go to YouTube, you can search for A Taste of Vejle, and then you can find, for example, this one about a brewery coffee house. The next step on our road trip, we go to Belgium and the region of Southwest Flanders. And here we find Leerdal. The region of Southwest Flanders is well known for product design. The pilot here is called Imagineering of Data. And the project partners Intercommunale Leerdal, which is the project owner, by the way, and Design Regio Kortrijk, they aim to stimulate innovation. So a key element to the pilot is to develop an open data platform integrating relevant regional, geographical, and statistical information. It will be a data as a service platform that will have different functionalities, and you can find, for example, data capturing, data transformation, data analysis, etc. And to support potential users, a coaching program will be developed, and there will be regional expert coaches. So the second part of our project, the support model. This support model will consist of guiding measures, targeted coaching, as well as training solutions. And there will be training solutions in a few different areas. And now we are going to take a look at ICT security concerns. Our colleagues at the University of Aalborg, they are looking more into cybersecurity readiness and awareness, and they are developing solutions for learning and training individuals of the importance of cybersecurity. And they will also suggest and recommend protective solutions for SMEs and partners that will help in early detection. Early on, they made a survey with different kinds of organizations, SMEs, universities, etc. And some lessons learned from this survey was that all organizations rely on digital platforms for their business, but they have very little focus on cybersecurity and its impact. In general, there's an assumption that you are being safe. So they require formal consulting on securing their digital infrastructure, and they also need assistance for building knowledge and awareness, and not at least a defined incident response plan. So we're going to take a sneak peek at the interactive cybersecurity training. Cybersecurity readiness through honeypots. And in computer terminology, a honeypot is a computer security mechanism set to detect, deflect, or in some manner counteract attempts at unauthorized use of information systems. So this is a learning platform that introduces cybersecurity and deception-based security. It is applicable to all organizational and business areas, provides basic knowledge of threats, hands-on interactive training modules with real honeypot systems. But just to let you know, when we're usually at a conference like this, when it's live, when it's not COVID pandemic, there can be some sort of giveaway. It can be a pen, it can be candy, it can be whatever. Here today, we have a digital giveaway to you, thanks to Aalborg University. It is the hostage honeypot to go. It has been developed by Aalborg University. It's an Android-based honeypot system that can emulate systems from a Windows computer to a nuclear power plant. It's very easy to use and navigate and offers spot attack overviews and analysis, and it's for free. So you can scan the QR code or you can download it from Aalborg University's Git repository. So the third part of the project, which is a very important part, is the community, and to build a community around rural business digitalization in the North Sea region. And to achieve this, we are working on creating an online rural business digitalization platform that shall provide mapping and sector-specific information, as well as great networking possibilities for rural and local and regional authorities, business support organizations, and rural businesses around the North Sea region. We will also bring together stakeholders in matchmaking events and, of course, mainstreaming the project findings. So you can say that we are searching for an online digital support for intermediaries to show them, teach them, coach them how the local businesses can benefit from digital technologies and integrate digital technologies in their businesses. So to summarize the project and why we are doing this, COM3 is working towards digitally enabled and transformed SMEs in rural areas that make the North Sea region a more attractive place to live, work, and invest in. Thank you.
Eva, thank you so much for your presentation. I have one question to you about responsibility. So I'm curious, how far does our responsibility go in supporting SMEs, for example, in raising awareness about cybersecurity issues or any other issues? So where do we start as facilitators, or where do we stop?
We start as facilitators, but then of course it's up to the SMEs. But it's in general really, it's difficult to know what kind of attacks you can be targeted to if you don't have the knowledge. So we do have a responsibility to raise awareness, because it's about the people living in our regions and the companies. So in order for them to grow and to scale up, we need to take a lot of responsibility, but it's not just our responsibility.
Thank you very much, Eva. I would like now to invite Franziska and Marike to the stage and ask some questions for the end of the session. So welcome, Marike. Welcome, Franziska. I have a question to Franziska and to Eva. At the scale from 1 to 10, where are the SMEs with their skill level and level of digitalization? So are we still at the start, let's say 1, which is low, or are we already advanced? Try to think of a horizon. So, I mean, I wonder what you put as 10. So what would be like a very good level, because this is, I guess, changing all the time. So I hope, I'm looking forward to your assessment. Where are we? And we could start maybe with Franziska.
Well, as we saw in my small data sample already, it's quite diverse. So we have companies that are really good already. Probably they are in something that is data related. But we also have companies who still work on paper, which is a big problem. So I think if I were to pick a number from 1 to 10, I would go for like a 4.5 maybe in general. But it's just a widespread. So I think the biggest issue that we have is getting the companies who are at a 1 or even below a 1 to start seeing what they can gain and to get them to digitize, then helping people who are already further in the journey.
Thank you, Franziska. Eva, what about you?
It is, as Franziska said, really difficult to say one number of this, because you have those who are really advanced, and then you have the ones that are more on a basic level. So I think you can really see that these kind of projects can create awareness, not only about cybersecurity, but also about data maturity and what you actually can gain from it. So I will agree with Francesca, because I can't say a number that would be in general for all SMEs in the area.
Thank you, Eva. Marike, I have a question from Robert to you. Are the tools that you presented suitable also for larger organizations?
Yes, well, it depends how large, because I'm not sure if you have a very big company, but yeah, it's I guess it's the same, but well, I'm not sure if our infrastructure can handle 2,000 people logging into but that is more practical. Yeah, I think the idea is also suitable for bigger companies. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you so much. One more question, Marike, to you. So from Philip, do human resource managers in Industry 4.0 companies also require new skills and attitudes?
Yeah, I would suggest that, because I think the field of human resources is very much changing, and sometimes I think we have very traditional tools in human resource management, and if you should look at the learning opportunities in organizations, and I think it's a very developing field now. And yes, I think human resource managers also should develop these new skills, and they should have knowledge of it, because I'm from IT, in the background in IT, and sometimes they talk about, okay, we need IT employees, and then I think, okay, what kind of IT employee do you need? Do you need someone for data science? He needs really other skills than if you need someone for networking. It would be the same as if I need a doctor. Yeah, well, you if you have a surgeon, it's really an other person than you have someone for a skin doctor. So it's really a diverse thing. So yes, it's good that human resource managers also become more acquainted with this.
Thank you very much. I have a very, maybe slightly provocative question to all of you, and I will ask you to make a comment. So we all know that transformation towards Industry 4.0 and digital transformation for companies and needs lots of resources. It's a lot of staff, resources, and investments. So if we look at the short term and medium term, and what if some companies decide against transformation? They will save resources now, they will focus on what they are doing best now, and skip all this train towards transition. Is it possible that some of these companies, because they, in the short term and let's say early midterm, they still can be the winners? Eva, what do you say?
My instant response is that they need to survive until then. And that's not a certainty. But I think if you don't, I think you need the skills and you need to develop to stay relevant. So I think it's a tricky way to go. Maybe some will manage, but I think it's a tricky way to go.
Franziska?
I would have to agree, I think, with Eva, because, well, as a company, you wanna increase your chances to be able to make it and stay competitive. And I think it's a risky gamble to not see or to not even start digitizing because, well, as we do now works, and well, we try to fight that in our project very hard by showing them easy wins. So little changes already can have an impact.
Thank you. Marika?
Well, I wouldn't suggest it if I was a consultant, but of course you have companies, well, who are very narrowed in their focus. So yeah, well, perhaps you can make a strong point of it, but I think the most easiest way to go on is take your advantages of digitization.
Thank you so much. So I take for your responses that if a company wants to survive more than a very short term, they would rather invest in transformation, some resources and some also funds. Thank you so much for the session. I think we will stop here. So Eva, Marek, and Franziska, thank you very much. You will now leave the stage. And everybody, thank you for the session, for attending the session. We will now make a lunch break and we will be back at 12:45 for the next session on digital skills, the services for this. Dear participants, welcome back to the conference. We will now start the second session. We will focus now on digital services. I would like to remind you about the game. So the letters, they pop up on the screen. Please remember to put them into one phrase and to send them per email to cora@atenecom.eu. We will close the game at 2 o'clock. Now, I would like to invite to the stage Anne-Marie and Alan from Cupido project and Peter from Smart Villages project. Hi, everybody. Good to see you.
Hello. Hi. Hello.
So, guys, we will discuss now digital services. In the previous session, we saw how digital skills, how important they are. Now let's take a deep dive into digital services, and we will start with Cupido projects. So Anne-Marie and Alan, the floor is yours, and Peter and me, we will leave the stage now.
Okay, thank you, Darius. So, Alan, if you're able to share our presentation.
I think it's up now.
Yeah, that's it up. Thank you very much. So, hello, everybody, and my name is Anne-Marie Reid, and I work for Highlands and Islands Enterprise, which is a social and economic development agency that covers the Highlands and Islands region in Scotland. And I'm joined today by my colleague, Professor Alan Miller from the University of St Andrews, and we are going to be delivering a joint presentation about the Cupido Interreg project and some of the work that we are doing in relation to providing digital services within the cultural and heritage sector. And we're going to, for our presentation today, we're going to provide a brief overview about the Cupido Interreg project. And I'll then hand over to Alan, who is then going to talk through a new digital service that we're working on titled Museums Without Walls. And this is a concept that's evolved in response to the impact of COVID-19 to the cultural heritage sector. And it's looking at the need to develop infrastructure that helps connect museums with audiences in new ways. And this is a concept that we're working on with our Cupido project partners. And Alan will then hand back over to me, and I'm going to chat through some digital adoption case studies. And those case studies are going to cover some of the work that we're doing around working with culture and heritage organisations to adopt digital technologies to help promote and preserve communities' local heritage. So, Alan, if we could move on to the next slide, please. Great. So the Cupido project, it's an Interreg North Sea region funded project. And the project itself, it's mainly about commercialisation of the cultural sector. And it's looking at different approaches to commercialisation within the sector. And its overall aim is looking to contribute towards creating vibrant, sustainable rural communities that attract people to live, work, and overall improve the quality of life. And the Cupido project partnership, it creates the opportunity for all partners to look at the role of culture and the important role that it plays in very remote and rural communities to bring about social and economic benefits. So the partnership itself, it has a total of 16 partners from all 7 regions around the North Sea region. And the partnership, it's very much, it's a mix of public sector organisations, universities, culture organisations and creative businesses. And the project partnership, it has representation, as I mentioned, from from all across the North Sea region and the regions of Sweden, of the Netherlands, Denmark, Germany, Norway, and Belgium, and the UK. And through the Cupido project, it allows partners to work on a Pacific cultural, transnational cultural development project. So in Scotland, Highlands and Islands Enterprise has partnered with the University of St Andrews to deliver a programme of digital heritage activities. And we're now just sort of going to move on and talk about some of those digital heritage or digital heritage services that we're working with our partners to deliver. So that probably now leads on quite nicely to pass over to Alan. And Alan will talk you through a digital heritage service, as I mentioned earlier, that's titled Museums Without Walls.
Hi, Anne-Marie. Thanks a lot for that for that introduction. And as you were noting, the Cupido is very much part of Cupido is concerned with with heritage and the importance of heritage in economic and social circumstances. And the University of St Andrews is bringing to that some experience and innovation with respect to providing digital services. And with respect to that, kind of the first sort of thing that we recognize is that as soon as you start talking about using and engaging in the digital domain with heritage, it's a moving playing field. You know, that every year the capacity of computers, mobile devices, and networks increases, able to deal with more data, with higher resolutions, and kind of moving through images, virtual reality, augmented reality, new applications emerging over time, and at the same time as that, the digital capacity is increasing, really for the numbers of people who have access. Worldwide, half the population has immediate access at home to the internet. The numbers of people who have access to mobile phone networks and so on, over 100 contracts per 100 people in the population across Europe. So there's and consequently digital literacies, are widespread and are developing and are part and parcel of all of our lives. And for all of these reasons, we were taking the prospect of these were attitudes and changes that we'd noticed and were aware of, but very much brought to the fore by the impact of COVID-19, not just in society as a whole, but within the heritage sector and within tourist sector, really cutting off audiences from physical engagement with tourism or with heritage. And the kind of response of the sectors to that included a big increase in engagement through digital, whether that be virtual tours, whether it be live events, whether it be social media. A lot of people learned a lot very quickly and to engage with audiences that they couldn't reach physically, to engage with them in the digital domain. And I think that this was able to happen because of the underlying changes that were taking place in society previous to that, which I kind of noted in terms of the increase in capacity of digital devices, the increased spread of usage, and the accompanying changes in digital literacies meant that a very quick change was possible, and lots of people learned a lot very quickly. And I suppose that what we're trying to do is to provide services which are based upon those observations, and which help people to engage with heritage, to develop heritage applications and to work in the digital domain and to support that trend which is taking place in any case. And in the sort of shadow of COVID that we're living in at the moment, we identified three areas: museums without walls, local virtual museums, and museum at home. And the idea of museum without walls is to use digital technologies, mobile and internet, to enable museums or other people interested in tourism and heritage to be able to curate in their localities so that people can use their mobile devices to engage with distributed exhibitions which exist outside of the walls of a museum. And then this idea of enhancing the local virtual museum so that people can gain and get access to interpretation using their local devices inside of the museum, possibly through locally streamed services. So the idea being to enhance the visit within the museum hall walls by using digital interpretation. And the third is the museum at home, to be able to take the museum experience and project it into the home so that people can access it through laptops, computers, internet connections, and internet connectivity, and connect with heritage in that way. And with those three essential digital services kind of making up a wider museums without walls concept. And in order to achieve that, again, there are three things that we're trying to do. So the first thing is to work collaboratively through co-creation to create digital heritage assets. So this may be using photogrammetry in order to create digital representations of objects and artifacts. It may be using aerial photography to create digital landscapes, digital modeling to make reconstructions, a number of ways, creating digital assets which can then be used and utilized. And just slides of people doing just that. And then the second is the sort of knowledge exchange process, so that working in workshops with heritage professionals or volunteers or people that are concerned with the industry or that are interested in it, to engage in knowledge exchange processes, so that we hold workshops on, how do you do photography, how do you do photogrammetry, what about going live? And the idea here is to try to build the capacity of small to medium enterprises, of museums, of councils, and so on, to engage with heritage, to engage with audiences inside of the digital domain, looking at digital maps, looking at social media, looking at how to go live. So that's, one is creating digital assets, two is building capacity, and the third is developing infrastructure that will enable, make it easy for people to work in the digital domain. So that would mean, for example, making a virtual museum infrastructure which can deliver galleries, can deliver interactive maps, but also provide archive and metadata and a place to store all of this information, and then connecting up with social media, connecting up with aggregators such as Europeana. So the idea being that any organization can set up, can input their data into the system, and then can use it to make these sorts of assets, spatially organized through maps, using galleries such as the International Image Interoperability Framework galleries and the like. And this means that it quite naturally provides a museum at home experience. And so just some examples of museums at walls, an example of a gallery here, working with the Timespan Museum, creating digital galleries and the like. In Tomintoul, in the Highlands, a virtual reality exhibit and exhibition called the Illicit Still exhibition, and some illustration of things with the Highlanders Museum, making a 3D gallery accessible within the museum. So thank you very much for bearing with me over that time, and I hope that explanation has some relevance and interest to you. But Anne-Marie has a lot more interesting things to say, so I'll hand over to Anne-Marie now.
Thank you very much, Alan. So Alan has delivered just a very sort of detailed and interesting presentation just on what we're looking at in relation to this concept of museums without walls. So I'm now just going to talk through, and it's some of our digital heritage adoption case studies. So as part of the Cupido project, we're working with a group of cultural heritage organisations and looking at how some technologies can help preserve and promote local communities' cultural heritage offering, as well as bring about wider social and economic benefits. So we've just for today, we've just a sample of projects that we're working on, and they're all just quite unique in their own right. So we're currently working with the Orkney North Isles Partnership Scheme, and we're working on a project across Orkney's North Isles communities, and it's to develop a type of virtual centre of excellence using VR technologies. And the aim of that project is to look at ways that we connect and we can help market Orkney's North Isles' very unique cultural offering. And we're currently working with the island communities of Ede, Sandy, Stronsay, Papa Westray, Rousey, North Ronaldsay, Shappensay and Westray. And Alan mentioned earlier in his presentation about the knowledge exchange process. Alan and his colleagues from the university have done some quite specific digital workshops with the island community groups that we're working with on VR and looking at the use of 360-degree cameras to create content that can be used for VR purposes. And really, with our sort of our overarching aim of this project, it is sort of very much using VR as a way to help, as I said, promote and preserve these communities' cultural heritage, and also to help connect and market that unique cultural offering, and also looking to help market that unique cultural offering online to help identify new audiences. And by doing that, aiming towards attracting an increase in visitor footfall to these very, very unique places, and also to the group of participating cultural heritage centres and organisations and community groups that we're working with. So moving on then to the Aros Centre, which is an arts and cultural centre based on the Isle of Skye. And the Aros Centre, they have developed, well, so I should go back slightly. St Andrews has worked with the Aros Centre to develop what you see showing here. It's a screen production titled The Sky Story. And through Cupido, St Andrews has worked with Aros just to contribute to the development of that of the Sky Story, and looking at how digital could be incorporated into it. And the Aros Centre has developed this screen production very much in response to the growing visitor market within Skye, and the aim is to show this screen production when it's COVID safe to do so to visitors, and aiming to attract an increase in visitor footfall to the centre, And hopefully as well, that is then going to lead to further sort of further sales or increase in product sales within the centre. So this project, it's been developed for two reasons. Again, to help promote and preserve Skye's local cultural heritage. There is a focus on Gaelic arts throughout the screen production, but also as well to look at a way for the centre to bring in a bit of additional income. So then moving on to the Highlanders Museum. And the Highlanders Museum, it is a military museum and it's based at Fort George, just outside the Inverness region. And it has a very large collection of artefacts and historical archives relating to World War I and World War II. St Andrews University has been working with the museum to create here, there's an image from the VR exhibit of a prisoner of war camp, and St Andrews University has been working with the museum to develop a VR exhibit of a prisoner of war camp, and that is based on a lot of archive material that the museum holds around soldiers' experience of prisoner of war camp life. So the St Andrews, they're sort of currently working on that VR exhibit at the moment, and it is nearing completion. And just to the left, there is an image there, and of a soldier's jumper that is exhibited in the museum. And St Andrews has been working with the museum to create digital representations of some of their artefacts. And again, they will use those digital representations for VR purposes. And you can see in the VR exhibit that the soldier's jumper also features within the VR exhibit. But there's many other artefacts within the museum that St Andrews has digitalised. And the aim is to use those digital representations of objects to be used for online purposes to help the museum promote its collection online, and also for VR purposes, and also to be looking at a way to create online galleries. And the Highlanders Museum, they're very much are sort of embracing the role of digital within the museum to really sort of transform the visitor experience and be providing quite a digital interactive experience, while also maintaining its very sort of traditional exhibits of its artifacts and research material. And the museum is doing that as a way to, again, promote and preserve its heritage in new ways, but also to really transform that visitor experience within the museum. And they're aiming as well to be moving some of their collections online, again, as a way to attract and interact with new audiences, and ultimately aiming to work towards sort of increasing attracting an increase in visitor footfall to the museum. So that was just a couple of examples that we wanted to share of some of our digital adoption projects and working with cultural heritage organisations on the use of technologies to very much help modernise their cultural heritage offering. So just moving on to our next slide. And this again probably goes back to Alan's point that he made earlier, again, just on that knowledge exchange process. So throughout last year, St Andrews, they developed a very comprehensive programme of transnational digital heritage workshops. And we worked together and we facilitated what was called last year the Bringing Museums to the Home workshop programme. We had a series of workshops that ran through from April to December. And those workshops were very much designed for that knowledge exchange purpose and helping to build the digital skills capacity within the cultural heritage sector. and looking at helping equip heritage organisations with the skills to connect with existing and potential new audiences through digital media. And the workshops, they covered topics such as digitalising collections, photogrammetry, developing online exhibitions, and looking at the role that social media can play to enhance museums, their online offering, and ultimately looking at ways to engage with audiences in new ways. And the workshops as well, we had some international contributions from museologists based in Barbados, Iceland, and from across Scotland. So those workshops, we were able to generate quite a wealth of material. The workshops were delivered online, obviously due to the health pandemic, and we were able to record each of those workshops. And St Andrews as well developed a lot of learning tools and had got a lot of sort of detailed PowerPoint presentations going through sort of step-by-step guides in relation to some of those digital subjects. So we've now sort of pulled all that together, and we've been able to create an online sort of digital learning platform. So I'm just sort of conscious of time, and that really sort of concludes our presentation for today. I think we've got one last slide, which is really just with both Alan and myself's contact details. So if anybody is interested in finding out just what we're doing in relation to digital services through the Capito project, then please feel free just to contact either Alan or I, and our email addresses are just showing on the screen. So thank you very much, everybody, for letting us share about some of the work that we're doing in relation to digital services through the Capito project.
Thank you very much, Anne-Marie. Thank you very much, Alan, for your intervention. I have some questions to you. So, Anne-Marie, how much culture will or may shift online actually in the future? And does the offline part has still a chance in the future at all?
Yes, I think we would see the offline part still just being as important to digitizing cultural heritage. And the work that we're doing, it's very much looking at how digital can complement and add to the visitor experience within the museum, and recognizing that as traditional exhibits still have a very important part to play, and really digital is just complementary in terms of just as a way to exhibit heritage in new ways. And I know there's another part of that question, Darius, if you don't mind repeating it.
Yes, does the offline part, does it still have a chance in the future? You know, let's say 50 years from now, will it play a role at all?
For the traditional part, I think in the work that we are doing and working with cultural organisations, they see that as very important to them. And we would hope that traditional part is, it is maintained. And we would like to see it still there in 50 years' time. But I think what we will though see in 50 years' time, we will just obviously see a lot more digital interaction within museums and ways for the customer to engage with heritage exhibits. I don't know, Alan, if there's anything that you would like to add to that.
Just I think that the mix between the physical and virtual in the sort of heritage domain should very much mirror the mix between digital and physical that exists in the real world. We all spend a certain amount of time working with computers, communicating through video conferencing, using phones and all of that kind of side of things as part of our sort of day-to-day life and day-to-day communication, whether it be in work, social, or recreational activities. And I think that sort of mix should and is reflected in what goes on in terms of tourism and what goes on in terms of heritage. And I mean, partly because museums are, you know, strapped for cash or looking for funding, it can kind of lag behind what's going on digitally in society. And that, I think, is dangerous, because it means that the sort of the digital, it means that heritage and museums and all of that is wonderful, you know, needs to have the same profile in the digital world as other aspects of our lives do. So it needs to make sure that it doesn't fall behind. But I mean, in terms of the question, yeah, absolutely. You know, going forward, if I can use that phrase, you know, in the future, in the digital domain, you know, the physical is going to remain primary, just as it does in the rest of our lives. But then the virtual and the digital is an increasingly integral and related part of that.
Thank you very much. I have another question, Alan, to you. I have a vision. And so let's say what bothered me, that I visited lots of museums in my life. And in some museums, I saw, for example, a sword from Middle Ages, and I was not allowed to touch it at all. It was not really fun, because especially when I was very young, it was very exciting. So I have a vision. In 50 years' time, I will have an online museum that I can visit. I can see the digital representation of the object, for example, a sword, and I could print it at home via digital 3D printer, play a bit with it, and so to say, enrich my experience in visiting museum. What would you say, Alan? Is it like a silly vision, or could it become reality in 50 years?
Well, yeah, I think it's, you know, really likely that, yeah, you could do something like that. I mean, we could do that now. It would just be a bit expensive and a bit inconvenient to organize. But I think, you know, in 50 years, yeah, it's very likely. I mean, we saw replicators in Star Trek in the 1960s, and all these scientists who grew up watching Star Trek want to kind of like make the world like that. So a lot of the things that you see in Star Trek end up being in the real world. So yeah, I think so. I think in 50 years' time, you'll be able to replicate a sword based upon some database holding information about swords, and you'll be able to choose which one. Of course, there may be, you know, issues to do with safety and the like that would restrict that. But I mean, certainly technically, I don't see any reason why we can't do that.
Thank you, Alan. Anne-Marie, what do you think about the silly vision?
I think it's quite a great vision. Yes, and you know, I think you see sort of technologies, how they're evolving all the time. And yes, so I can I can quite I can see your vision having potential to be a reality within 50 years' time. But I think, though, what we should even see just within the next sort of couple of years, though, is seeing a lot more museums moving still having the physical exhibition, but just moving some of the online by collecting creating digital representations of some of their artifacts and exhibitions, and creating, you see museums creating a lot more online galleries, and that's, you know, and it's a different way for people to interact with heritage that they're interested in.
Thank you so much. Thank you a lot, Anne-Marie and Alan. Now you will leave the stage, and I will see you back on the stage for a brief interaction at the end of the session.
Okay, thank you very much.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, I would like now to invite Peter from Smart Villages project to the stage, and he will share his experiences from selected pilot activities and the digital exchange platform.
Yes, hello everybody. Thank you, Darius, for this introduction. My name is Peter Niederer. I work for the Swiss Center for Mountain Regions, and actually we were, or we are still, the lead partner of the Smart Villages project. We had already our final event. It has been a kind of not a midterm event, but a final event, but it's still going on. The activities are still going on. We have received an extension of our project activities, and especially the pilot activities implementation is continuing till October this year. So in the next few minutes, I would like to give you an insight into the Smart Villages project. It's an Interreg Alpine Space project, and it has been designed by, or could we say, designed and developed by the OISALP Macro-Regional Strategy Action Group 5. So this is a bit the mastermind behind this project. So actually, what is my presentation all about? Just try to, this is the structure of my presentation. What is a smart village? We had first to be clear, to have a common ground. What means the term smart villages? It is a very widely used term, and we had to define this first. Then I would lose some words on partners, pilot activities, and main outputs. Already at the very beginning of our project, the conferences, we have been asked, what are the concrete activities, concrete results of your project? And people are always very eager to know more about concrete activities in the territories. So that's why I also want to put a focus in my presentation on these pilot activities. And then we have lessons learned, of course, and also fingers burned. Some points we perhaps should make better next time, but we have a lot of good experiences we want also to share with others, with other project initiatives. And finally, I would just make a small excursion to the digital exchange platform. I also have some best practices, a toolbox, and lesson learned experiences related to the digital exchange platform. So I mentioned already, it's important at the very beginning of a project to know what we are speaking about, how we will work, what is our concept. And we designed together, also with other European partners, kind of a concept, guidelines, principles, guiding principles. So actually, we really build on local strengths. We are starting from village approach, from the local village. We look there, what are the opportunities, what are the strengths and potentials, and we build on them. Then we want to really integrate, or we wanted really to integrate as many minds and hands as possible in the development of our projects activities. So we worked very much with participatory approaches. And then thirdly, improve economic, social, environmental conditions. Of course, our activities were all in the framework of a sustainable development. So we want to be more efficient, we want to include people, and we also want to protect natural resources. So then as a fourth point, digital technologies. We believe that digital technologies have a big potential for the development of peripheral mountain areas. And we have the opportunities to work together in a complete different way as it has been possible 10, 15 years ago. But we have always to keep in mind the technologies, it's one issue, but we are not working for the sake of a playground actually to test new technologies, but we are working for the sake of people. So the new technologies and tools, they have to serve people. So, and last but not least, cooperation, of course, it's always important. We have also to bundle forces. We have to take benefit of synergies with other projects and work together. So, coming back to partners and pilot activities, we have been working with 13 partners all over the Alpine Arc. And we built also in all test areas. Actually, we had 9 test areas where we implemented projects. We built regional stakeholder groups. We built them according to a quadruple helix approach. So we were really trying to integrate policy. We integrated society, civil society actors. We integrated also business people. And so we had kind of a good anchored base and also sounding board in each territory that helped us developing projects, accompanying projects, and also disseminate results. Then we developed 21 pilot activities with the help of these regional stakeholder groups in these 9 test areas. So the pilot activities, here you can see is kind of these are drawings of our categories where we are actually active in it. It starts with co-working spaces, meeting places, then also digital marketplaces, municipality applications, car and ride-sharing solutions, e-government, then also marketing of regional local products, and also, of course, infrastructure projects. So many of these territories, they implemented projects belonging to different of these, or many of these categories. But in the next few slides, I will just pick out some selected pilot activities summarized under these categories. So first we have the category of co-working spaces. This is in many mountain areas. It's a big issue. Not all of them are viable. You need a certain potential, a good ground for the installation of such a co-working space or meeting place. Actually, it's not just enough to have empty space in an ancient school or post office, which has been abandoned somehow, because we have a lot of such spaces in the mountain areas. But it means also animation, good infrastructures, etc. So actually, 2 good examples are La Place des Possibles in the Royan-Vercors area. Our French partner in the project implemented this approach. Actually, an old factory has been transferred or adapted to a new meeting place where different activities are possible. Continuing education seminars are taking place there. Music crafting workshops. Mobility brainstorming workshops, etc. They can take place there, and the whole concept has been developed in a collaborative governance approach. So a second example is the co-working space in Saas-Fee. Saas-Fee is a very touristic place in Switzerland, and actually there, out of co-designing, co-working process, actually a core group of 5 people found together, and they formed a core group to establish and make operational a co-working space in this village. So that's also a conclusion from this co-working space activities. You always need people there who are motivated to engage themselves also into such an initiative. You need a core group in which everybody is eager and also willing to play a role and overtake functions and invest time and sometimes also a bit of money. So this some conclusions on the co-working spaces. Then a second category is the digital village squares, collaborative platforms. Actually, this is kind of we could say a digital version of the category before. You meet online, you exchange online on platform and digital village squares. There you have, for example, the example of Echo des Falaises, also in Royan-Vercors in France, where you have the possibility to form a group along an initiative. So, for example, you want to implement a playground in a municipality for children. You need a crowdfunding. You need to organize all these activities. So you found a group there on the Echo des Falaises platform, and you can organize your action, your initiative within this platform. So another example is the Digital Village Square in Löffingen in Germany from our German project partner, Regionalverband Südlicher Oberrhein. This platform helps actually to create also an awareness for digitization, a sensibility. And then groups can also meet, gather, and identify and develop further on pilot activities. So it really facilitates project development, and it also helps to improve the exchange of communication, information between the local authorities and the citizens. So let's move on to marketing of local products. This is a very important tool to create added value in rural areas. And there we have an interesting example from Slovenia. The University of Maribor actually developed a short food supply chain solution for a local distributor of fruits and vegetables called Silena Tosca. And actually, this blockchain-based tool allows the traceability and quality control of all these products, and also enables data analysis on the side of the producer, but it allows also the consumer to follow the kind of production path of a particular product by the help of a QR code. So then we have another Slovenian example where we have the installation of free Wi-Fi points in several villages in close to Koper, the Koper area, coastal area of Slovenia. And actually there it's not only just the installation of this hardware, but actually when a user logs into this Wi-Fi, an application is also being installed, that makes a promotion of the local producers in the area, promotion of products, and also shows maps where you can find these products. It also gives you the opportunities to buy products from producers at reduced prices, etc. So this was really a success already. The local producers, they really could observe an increase in their turnover of products and sold products. So car sharing, ride sharing, mobility is always an issue in peripheral mountain areas. Very often we don't have a very good offer of public transport. So car and ride sharing is an interesting option. We have there kind of a very exceptional car ride sharing platform called Umadum. Actually, it brings passengers of drivers together. Of course, this is kind of a traditional, a normal way of these platforms, but this service is also connected to local currency. So the drivers are being paid by the passengers with kind of points that can be used afterwards also by the drivers to buy local products in the area, or just use it in local groceries. And so we have the very positive side effect that the local economy is being supported by this initiative. So we have two benefits on one Swift. We have a better offer in transport, and we have also the support to the local economy. Then we have a free bus service in Valle del Sole being installed in Italy. You can there call this bus service, and it is related to also a ride-sharing system. This has been tested during the summer 2020, and of course, we had there a high impact by the COVID-19 crisis, and we will see how we can continue with this project in the future. Then good governance, e-governance. Actually, good governance is very important to really work efficiently and also in a good way with the citizens to really guarantee the inclusion of all, we could say, all parts of society, of the population in a municipality. So actually, we have there the project of the German partner Bodensee Standortmarketing. Citizens were invited in the municipality of Tengen to redesign and digitize an administrative process of waste management. And this actually was the first administrative process digitized according to a co-design structure, co-design process in Germany. Then we have many applications being introduced by our project partners. They are, of course, from different providers. There is already a big bunch, a big offer of these providers. Actually, we have, usually these are quite simple tools, but they make the communication between the administration and the population, the citizen, very very smooth. They are very helpful, and especially during the Corona crisis, these tools, they opened kind of a new communication channel and were a big help in organizing, for example, neighborhood help or also projects of solidarity, provide information, push information very quickly. So they came really at the very, very right point along with the COVID-19 crisis. So last but not least, the last category is infrastructures and upgrade of infrastructures. Actually, we have there the nice example of Luton in Switzerland. They were waiting a very long time for a faster internet network, broadband network, and the national provider was not really delivering or was not really willing to deliver such a good network, a good infrastructure, a fast internet infrastructure. So they decided to do their own optical fiber network, and they were ready to provide to invest more than 3 million euros to build such an infrastructure. So this was really an amazing effort of this very kind of very small village. Then we have also meter to cash processes, smart metering in Vierschental. Actually, we have there smart hydrometers. They are sending their data directly to a power meter, and the whole data, the whole consumption is centralized and built via a central database. So it's also astonishing how a very small municipality can be a pioneer in smart metering. So some lessons learned, and I will speed up a bit with my presentation. Actually, it was always the objective of our project also to relieve somehow the local authorities with our work from tasks, to take off the workload from their shoulders. And that's also why we are really we're very much depending on citizens' engagement. It is very crucial. And so if you could integrate, the citizens and as many as possible volunteers in your project, so the workload is actually carried by different shoulders, and you can also legitimate certain projects and processes if you involve the whole, or at least the interested population. And then, of course, support from outside is needed for these small villages in the mountain areas in digitalization efforts. Actually, they cannot afford a digital officer like smart cities can. So they are dependent of support from outside. Then we have also, we have been kind of surprised sometimes also by the fast decision making in these municipalities. If they are convinced of something, tomorrow you can already start implementing the initiative. So this is also a big difference between cities and villages, and is a big advantage of smaller units. Then very often there is also the readiness there to be a pioneer, to be a forerunner, and in all your activities of smart villages implementation, you should really have to keep the eyes open to have synergies with other initiatives in order to bundle forces and efforts. So just a few words on our digital exchange platform, another major output of our project. Actually, You can find it on smart-villages.eu, as well as the pilot activities I was presenting before. You will find everything on this website. And actually, it allows, the digital exchange platform allows a user to make a smartness assessment to see where the region or the city or village stands in terms of smartness. And then based on this evaluation, you will be provided on best practices, tailored best practices, and also tools and methodologies from the toolbox. Actually, this is guaranteed or performed by a matchmaking process, so that a user is really provided by tailored solutions, really appropriate or adapted to his needs, his or her needs. Okay, just a few lessons learned also on this digital exchange platform. So, of course, language is always an issue. In order to use this, to really allow a big, broad use of this utilization of this platform, we make automatic Google translations. And this is not always satisfying, but we decided it's better than nothing. And then platform needs always moderation, animation, and the long-term hosting and maintenance, of course, is vital. Secondly, we can say that we were actually looking for an integration of our platform into other ones already existing. But finally, we stay an independent platform, and we made links, for example, to the European Rural Development Network. This is a good example, and because it was just easier to do it this way with links than with a live integration into another platform. Then matchmaking is a wonderful tool, but you need a large and also reliable data sample. And mainly at the very beginning of the project, this was not possible to assure that. So the matchmaking was not really working. And then the process of smartness assessment is, the process itself is, from my point of view, even more important for a municipality to go through these different steps than the evaluation result as itself. You will have a graph at the end with the analysis, but you learn really a lot just by going through the different steps of the smartness assessment. Okay, so this is all. And if you want more, then go to the indicated website or the other project website with the toolbox and the digital exchange platform on smart-villages.eu. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Peter, for your intervention. I would like now to invite Anne-Marie and Alan back to the stage and ask all three of you the same question related to sustainability of resources. Welcome, Anne-Marie. Alan, I get a message that Alan is not joining us at the moment, so there will be three of us.
Yeah.
I have a question. So, Peter, in the context of smart villages, is more smart an increase of digital services? Is it as add-on, or does it make use of resources more sustainable?
Actually, I would say, yeah, it's an add-on for every municipality, of course, to use this smart villages concept. And as you saw it from the very beginning, and at the very beginning of my presentation, sustainability is inherent of the smart villages concept. So we are always very aware of being within the framework of sustainability. We want to provide better services with less resources, so that the impact on natural resources is even reduced, and you have at the end a higher quality of life and better services.
Thank you, Peter. And Marie, the same question to you. Is maybe the online or more online in the cultural heritage, does it make it more sustainable? I mean, I'm thinking also, tourists destroying many things when they visit sites and many different aspects. What do you think about it?
Yeah, I think that that's something that we are looking at within the work that we're doing in Scotland through the Capido project in terms of sustainability, and looking at the role that digital can play in helping also to preserve historical sites. And some historical sites are maybe very old, and there may be some they might may not be in a great state of repairs. So it's looking at the role that digital can play in helping preserve some very sort of ancient monuments and sites, and sometimes reducing footfall to those sites, and instead it's providing a digital experience to share the history, or to share the history and the sort of heritage of some quite key sort of historical sort of sites anyway within Scotland, and that's something that's also sort of been raised with some of the community organisations that we're working with. And some places concerned sometimes about the huge visitor numbers, and again looking at how digital can lend itself to helping preserve quite key, as I said, sort of key historical sites and places by reducing footfall.
Thank you so much. So I think we will stop here looking at the time. Thank you very much for your interventions. Anne-Marie and Peter, you will now leave the stage. Take care.
Mm-hmm.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, before announcing the break, I have some announcements. I would like to remind that we have the cloud of challenges. You have now the last chance to fill in your points there. We will show the cloud in the next session and ask speakers to react to this. I would like to remind that the game will close at 2 p.m. at 14 o'clock. Please send your answers to cora@atene.com @u. And I just got the last letter. Then I would like to finally announce the coming panel discussion. So we will have intervention by the Joint Secretariat on the future activities of the North Sea Region Interact program. And afterwards, we will have a short panel discussion of where do we go next, and we will look into our future activities. So thank you very much, and we will see you after a short break at 2 p.m. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the last session of the conference today. I would like to remind you to take part in the game. I have heard from my colleagues that we don't have a winner yet. So if you want to win a nice prize, put the phrase together from the letters that you received and send them to the email address cora@athenecom.eu. And now we will have a panel that we will start with the intervention from the Joint Secretariat. Anna and Femke will share with us their future activities in the North Sea Region program. So I would like to invite onto the stage Anna and Femke.
Thank you, Darius. I hope you can hear and see Femke and myself. I have the presentation open in my slide on my screen, so I can't really see who's there, but welcome also from Femke's and my side. We're really, really looking forward to the next 45 minutes, or next hour actually, and to present the new program for now. In case you haven't met Femke or myself, as Darius already said, we are from the Joint Secretariat of the North Sea Region program, and we're both project advisors in the program. Femke is also working on communication. In the next 10 minutes, or maybe rather 12 minutes, we'll give you a quick overview of the new program that's going to start being implemented from the autumn on this year, roughly. And then we will more in depth elaborate on how we see the role of the digital transformation in upcoming North Sea Region projects. Very briefly, this is going to be the structure of the new program. We will have 4 priorities: robust and smart economies, a green transition, climate resilience, and a better governance. Across those 4 priorities, we will have 8 specific objectives under which projects can apply. And on top of that, as you can see on the bottom, we have identified 3 spotlight themes, as we call them. These are digitalization, rural-urban linkages, and strengths and challenges in the North Sea Basin. And these go across all 4 priorities, so we really consider them relevant in all priorities. There is no need for projects to address them, but applications are very welcome and encouraged. Now, what role does digitalization and the digital transformation of the region play in the new program? The major starting point for us when we drafted the new program was, of course, the Europe Fit for the Digital Age and the Shaping Europe's Digital Future strategy. And it was key for us to highlight the importance that the growing role of digital technologies and smart technologies can play for the economies, the societies, and for democracy in the region, but also for Europe on a broader level. And at the same time, we also see it key to support digitalization as an enabler for the green transition of the region in line with the European Green Deal. And against that background, we identified, as I already said, digitalization as a spotlight theme. Now, what does that actually mean? In line with what I just said, the new program is going to support the region's digital transition and the development of smart cities and regions. And the target group hereby is both people, citizens, businesses, and public authorities. Where are we going to do that? We're going to do that throughout the program's 4 priorities, because we see that digital solutions are a way to address the challenges identified in all of them. So it's not only 1 or 2 priorities that we see that is highly relevant. And how are we going to do that? The new program will support the development, improvement, and the uptake of digital smart solutions. It will foster digital skills, and it will also support digital connectivity, also as a way to help to reduce the rural-urban gap, or gaps, which still persist in the North Sea Region area. This is the overarching idea of the spotlight theme, but how will that actually look like in practice? In the next couple of minutes, Femke and I will briefly go through the 4 priorities and explain what they are about, and then give examples for how digitalization could be addressed in them. And I want you to be aware that what Femke and I are going to present you now is going to be based on the current text of the draft cooperation program, and that is still subject, or it's likely that it's subject to some further changes. The Commission will have to approve the cooperation program, and national consultations with the political delegations of our 7 member states are still outstanding. So take what we're saying with a grain of salt. It's highly likely that there are going to be further changes. All right. Priority 1 is robust and smart economies in the North Sea region. The overall goal of this priority is to foster sustainable economic development of the region, to support regional actors, both in the public and in the private sector, to develop resilience, and to protect regional economies and societies from potential shocks and crises. And this can be done by maintaining and strengthening regional innovation capacity and by delivering on innovation, but also by future-proofing economic structures and economic actors in the region, for example, through skill development. And projects can apply under the 2 specific objectives mentioned on the slide. Now, when it comes to the role of digital transformation, digitalization, examples of actions, and that's of course non-exhaustive, those are just examples, might be to support SMEs to gain access to digital know-how and technology by providing them with an incentive to connect with ICT knowledge and ICT service providers. Or also, that's another example of an action, might be to improve digital skills in the tourism and the cultural heritage sectors to prepare them for the upcoming or ongoing digital transition in the region. That's it about priority 1. Moving on now to priority 2, which is a green transition in the North Sea region. The overall goal of priority 2 is going to be to support sustainable development in the region while reducing environmental risks and ecological scarcities. So the aim is essentially to reduce the region's environmental footprint through the development of green energy and alternative fuels, through investments in circular economy, and through sustainable transport. And this will be achieved in 3 specific objectives that you can also see on the slide now. And also in this priority, we consider digitalization highly relevant. For example, by developing and improving digital solutions that can contribute to the improvement of forecasting and asset optimization, through the integration of smart and digital carbon and climate neutral solutions across all relevant sectors. But we could also imagine projects that utilize open data access to encourage the development and accessibility of spare parts as part of the circular economy. Or projects that aim to enhance sustainable mobility services in urban areas and in their surroundings by developing and testing innovative IoT solutions, for example, the Internet of Things. Those are a couple of examples from priority 1 and 2, how we could imagine digitalization to be incorporated in new projects. And Femke will now go on to present priority 3 and 4 and give a short outlook about the upcoming next steps for the program.
Thank you, Anne. I'll give a sneak preview in priority 3. The objective of priority 3 is to preserve the natural environment of the North Sea region, and also projects that protect it from negative impact of climate change. Projects under this priority will, for example, enhance biodiversity or contribute to climate change adaptation. These objectives are reflected in 2 specific objectives. The first one, promoting climate change adaptation, risk prevention, and disaster resilience. And the second one is on enhancing biodiversity, green infrastructure in the urban environment, and reducing pollution. If we then look at how specifically digitalization and digital transformation fits in this priority, you can, for example, think about actions, projects that relate to predicting climate change impacts and its effects, measuring, monitoring, for example, groundwater, surface water, deploying technologies for environmental monitoring that could fit in with the theme of this seminar today. If we look at priority 4, which is the better governance priority. This is about setting up and developing multi-level governance structures to address the challenges in the North Sea region. This can involve organizations from a national authority all the way down to grassroots level that can work together to help improve transnational cooperation efforts. It can focus on the topics that have been discussed now before, the 1, 2, and 3, but also preliminary focus on the North Sea Basin, integrated territorial development, and urban-rural cooperation. And if we look at specific actions that fit in this priority that are linked to digitalization, you can, for example, think about bringing together governance actors to address regulation-free spaces where there is no regulation or not adequate regulation. You can think about in the field of drones, robots, data-driven innovation, so strategies or standards that can be developed in there could fit in this priority, as an example. Another one would, for example, be the building of platforms for governance actors to harmonize technological standards or certification for digital infrastructure and equipment. So you can see that the spotlight team of digitalization can come back in the different priorities. If we then take a look at where we are at the moment in the program, as Anna also said, that this is all a draft program. It can all change. The program is now with the European Commission and will come back to us and the member states, and the changes can then be implemented. And then after that, the program will be launched and the first call will be opened. If you would like to learn more and have more of a sneak preview in what is currently in the draft program, there will be an event at the end of this month or the beginning of next month that will be published in the next few days on our website, where you can register and hear more about the priorities and the specific objectives, and potentially also already network with like-minded organizations that are interested in these subjects. And then there is also the North Sea Conference to look out for in November, where we will both focus on the current program and what the projects are doing, and how the next program is developing. So that is our sneak preview of the program related to digitalization. And we are happy to answer questions if that fits in the time. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. And I will now stop sharing my screen.
Thank you very much for your intervention and for the peak preview of the program. And then Femke, I have some questions to you, of course. So we have a question from Payman. Will the projects related to the digitalization of public sector and public services be eligible? Or is the focus of the priority 1 solely on smart economy and economic-related issues?
No, we have quite a broad focus as of right now when it comes to priority 1. So we're going to target both the private sector, but also public sector innovation, and as well social innovation, which can of course be done both by public and private sector actors in priority 1. So we see scope to address the digital transformation also in the public sector under priority 1 in the new program. But again, take it with a grain of salt as of right now.
Thank you very much. Femke, I have a question to you. When would you recommend to start preparations for the future projects?
That's a good question. It is great to already start meeting and also taking into consideration new areas that will be included in the program. So if you have the chance, please start networking and getting an idea of projects now. It will move very fast after the summer.
Yeah.
I know that it's difficult when we are not set on what the program will look like, but we will definitely encourage to start thinking about projects.
And you're, of course, welcome to reach out to us in doing that.
Yes.
Anna, a question for you. So we know that building a partnership is a tricky thing for the project. So from your perspective, what should a project manager pay attention when selecting partners?
Oh, that's a very tough question. Maybe I should give that back to Payman and Bike. I think it's highly relevant to pick the right actors and the right actors that provide the competences that you need, and to think about in the long-term uptake also of what you're developing. So not only the development of the project, but also really the impact of the project. Who are the right actors to ensure that the solutions developed will actually be implemented and sustainably implemented in that way? We just published, and Femke, you can join me here, we just published a short article on how partnerships have been formed so far in the program. And there were also some findings on what project managers would do differently if they had to form a partnership again. But Femke, maybe you have some more insights into exactly.
Yeah, so we asked projects of the current program how they formed their partnership and how it was going. And I think the main takeaway of that was that it is so important to choose your partners right and take time to do that. And that's why we're also saying start as early as you can. And one other aspect that turned out to be really important is to also focus on the social aspects of it, which I know is hard now because you can't meet, but to really take time to get to know each other and to find out what the role of those partners is within the project. Projects came back with that advice to take enough time to get to know each other properly before starting the project.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much for your intervention and for answers to the questions. So now we know in which direction the North Sea Region program is going. We know now is the time to start preparations for the future projects, because once things are approved by the Commission, things will start to roll very quickly.
Yeah.
And be careful when selecting your partners and take time. So thanks a lot, Anna and Femke. It was great to have you here. And good luck with the new program. We will be in touch.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you, Ray.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will now move to the last section of our conference. We will have a short panel discussion, and I would like to invite Payman, Bike, Franziska, Eva, and Peter to the stage.
Hello again.
Hi.
Hello.
Good afternoon.
Hi, everybody. Good to see you back. It looks sunny in most of your locations. Before we go further, I would like to have a short poll for the participants of the conference with a question if they already started preparations for the future Interreg projects. And I would ask Adelaide to start the poll. I guess we have a short delay here. And I'm hoping that we will soon see the poll on our screens. So we see the poll. Have you already started preparations for future Interreg projects? So I still see the number changing. We were shifting from half to half to actually more people not yet preparing for the Interact projects. Let's give it a second still, little delay. So the result that I see now on the screen is that 57% of the participants have not started yet the preparation and 43%, which is good for us. That means we can reach out to those who have not started yet and start building partnerships. So thanks a lot for the poll. And now let's start the panel. For the panel, I have prepared some questions for you, and also we are welcome actually to ask questions to each other. So if you have questions that you would like to ask another panelist, you're welcome. And at some point, we will also look at the cloud of challenges and react on this. So let's start with the questions. I have the first question to Vika. So Vika, we see ourselves as facilitators of the digital transformation. And which aspects are the most important? Where shall we focus in the future?
I can immediately kick off. Thank you. I think to answer that, it depends a bit on what point of view you're looking from. First, which organization are you? Are you a local government or an intermediary or a university? And also to what target groups are you looking? So from our point of view, from Ladle, I think we could answer that from different perspectives, focusing from government to government, for example. And there, I think we know that there's still a big need to shift the minds from local authorities from digitalization towards the real digital transformation. I think a lot of cities and municipalities already are there, or they're not there yet, but are doing things at digitalization. But to have a real digital transformation, there's also need for a changing capacity as an organization to really embrace this transformation and also to change the vision and the strategy at operational level, also in hiring staff for these changing technologies. So I think there a lot of cities and municipalities still have a long way to go, and that there from intermunicipal organizations such as Ladle, we can support the local authorities in the next future to really embrace this digital transformation. On the other hand, there's also an approach towards companies. And there I think also, like Eva said this morning, that it's important to do awareness rising, like for example on this aspect of cybersecurity, also to focus on specific challenges such as data collection, making data available, governmental data available for companies to work with, and setting up good rules and regulations for example, open access to broadband service market towards these new companies. So that to an approach towards the companies. And then a third approach is on citizens, I think, where a government can stimulate this lifelong learning, and also they can the governments can take their role towards universities, colleges, schools to develop and provide trainings to have these these skills, the enhancements of digital skills from their students, but also from for the citizens. So that's this e-inclusion projects. There I think also the government has his role, but for this last point, I think it's very important that a government would not reduce its own digital ambitions due to the fact that some target groups are lacking behind or are having this evolution a bit slower. I think there we can facilitate and help and support governments to see this as two parallel processes to go for these high digital transformation ambitions, but on the other hand, not to forget the people that have that need some extra support there.
Thank you very much, Pika. I have a question for Payman, and I will ask the same question maybe to more panelists. Where do you go in the future, Payman? So what kind of projects are you thinking of?
I guess we are more or less also in the future already. So we had the CORA project, and we started our cooperation with the COM3, which is basically a project based on our findings in the CORA project. And we also had a sort of application for extension of our CORA project to focus more on enhancing the knowledge and capacity of federal municipalities in the North Sea region, at least, using the knowledge that we have acquired in our pilot regions in the CORA project. But next to this, one very important point that I wanted to mention as potential for the future is that so far the topic of data and effective use of data was more or less in the hands of big tech companies. And now, since a while, we are, let's say, seeing a sort of shift of moving from private sector organizations, private big tech companies to local and regional authorities, and that it's getting more and more important for local and regional authorities to use data for data and digitally protected regional development. And in that case, and there are still many open issues and many open questions. How the data can be generated, how to save and where to save basically the data, how to systematically manage the gathered data, how to visualize the data, and how to develop use cases and future public services in different sectors like mobility, energy, tourism, health, education, and so on. And next to this, there are still big discussions around stakeholder involvement, data security aspect, standardization of the processes, regulatory issues, ethical issues. And for me personally, focusing on the topic of data for better regional development would be the next step that I'm really interested to take.
Thank you very much, Payman. I have the same question to Franziska. So what kind of projects are you thinking of?
Yeah, well, thank you for the question. I'm going to try and answer this for also my organization and not only me personally. So I am here today on behalf of the University of Groningen, and our strategic goals include fostering sustainability and the reduction of inequality. So I think focusing on digitization is one big issue in decreasing inequality between regions, between subgroups of the population, but also between companies that all want to stay competitive. So while our project is still ongoing, and one focus that we have now is leaving a legacy and making sure that we end up providing at least the companies who participate with a network and people they can connect to, and maybe also set up some kind of corporations with more universities. I do see that there are projects that could build on top of what we find. We're still in the phase of finding out what we actually learn, but maybe there should be a better focus on different skill levels in the companies that we work with, and differentiating between the people who are already further in the journey of digitization and the ones who just start, to be able to better work with them.
Thank you, Franziska. What about you, Eva? So where do you go next?
Who wants to join us? Because we want to go wherever the future brings us. But we want to see this as we have just started the journey. And I think, as Bika said, we started with digitalization, but it's more and more digital transformation. So it's very important not to lose momentum, because we have SMEs and we have local and regional authorities and organizations and regions that are quite data savvy. But we also have those who haven't come quite as far yet. And this shouldn't be just a simple project. This should be sort of the start of a movement. So we have a shift in mindset. And we say that we work with demanded development. So what is demanded in our region? And we see that it is quite a demand for the interest in data maturity and how we can strengthen SMEs, but also how we can profile our region in these kind of questions. So we do see a lot of strengths and possibilities, and we also try to differentiate between output and outcome, because it's one thing what we do in the project, but it's also what do we get out from the project, what is the impact and the effect of the project, and that is what's most important, the shift in mindset and the knowledge that we gain from the project and the cooperations, because it's not just the projects, it's also who we are working with. It is extremely important.
Thank you very much, Eva. Peter, what do you think? Where do you go next? What kind of projects are on your schedule?
Yes, actually, we were already exchanging within our partnership, Smart Villages partnership, on follow-up activities, follow-up projects. We formed a core group, and there we kind of found out already that we also would like to go into a direction of enhancing the competencies of municipalities, of the administrations, of the different stakeholders in the territories, and actually build their competence building using training of trainers approaches, and also the rural innovators concept. So actually how to trigger innovation in rural and peripheral areas. This was also a major question even after the Smart Villages project. We were kind of scratching on the surface, and there is still a lot to do in the remote rural areas. But we saw also there is really the potentials are enormous, and it's worth to invest into that. So actually, we haven't come up already with concrete measures. We produced a 3-pager of first ideas, but it's not yet that developed. And of course, we are also now kind of in a partner search area phase, where we try also to complete and amend our partnership. For example, perhaps for an upcoming Horizon call or Alpine Space call in autumn. But we in Switzerland, we have the endeavor now that the framework agreement, the EU framework agreement, has not been accepted, signed by our government. So we don't know at the moment actually in how far, in which way we can participate, for example, for Horizon projects for the upcoming phase. That's just an open question we have to resolve and see how this will evolve.
Thank you, Peter. Which leads me very well to the funding question. You already mentioned Horizon. So I would like to ask Payman, what funding sources apart from Interreg are you thinking of? Do you have something on your horizon?
That's also a very difficult question. I'm basically a fan of Interreg, but we definitely not. We should not forget the funding possibilities at the local, regional, and national level. For example, in Germany, around the topic, they have different dedicated funding for municipalities and regions to focus more for future-proof regions, smarter cities. At the European scale, there are, of course, the Interreg possibilities. In the current program, of course, Interreg B, which we are currently in, but also Interreg R, which is also a sort of cross-border cooperation. And if partners are also interested in policy making, the Interreg Europe has just provided a good floor for interested participants. But of course, Horizon is also an opportunity. And there are next to this, of course, different other funding programs like Airbagged Urban Innovative Action and so on. So there are a lot of opportunities out there. The question is, with whom do we want to develop the projects, and which types of catchy ideas do we have for our future steps?
Thank you, Payman. Vika, what about you? Have you considered any further sources apart from Interreg?
I think it's a bit for us the same. Like Payman said, we're also looking at the Flemish and the national level at what funding options there are. But indeed, Interreg has very good opportunities, the different Interreg programs. Also, Horizon Europe, you know that Leidel also works at energy, house renovation, energy sharing, mobility projects. I think the challenge for the coming weeks and months is to see where the challenges that have been described within your organization fit into these programs. Like Payman also asked Anna and Femke, where will your local authorities be able to also contribute or create a project proposal? I think that's a bit the same in the other programs. Digitalization is everywhere. It's in all projects and at all levels, but it will still be a bit of research on where the challenges we face in our region and with our organization fit into these projects the best. But I'm sure, like it is now already, that Leidel will be there in all kinds of projects, in all kinds of programs.
Thank you, Vika. Eva, what do you have on your mind about funding sources?
Well, the focus is what we want to change, and when we know what we want, what kind of shift we want to achieve, then we can see what kind of funding can we get from it. We do work quite a lot with different kind of Interreg projects, but not solely. So, of course, if there's national funding or if it's Erasmus or Horizon, then we're open to it. But the most important thing here is to try to focus on what kind of change do we want to achieve, and in doing so, what funding would we need?
Thank you very much. Now I have a question. I heard from your answers, rightly or wrongly, that actually you are planning to build on your current projects. I mean, we know that cooperation is a growing field, so it takes a while. But is there anybody here on the panel that has crazy ideas and you discovered or are planning any new dimensions that are not building on the last projects or anything like that? Please raise your hand.
Not yet.
Not yet. What about crazy ideas, Vika? Do you have something different?
I have a lot of crazy ideas, but I think I want to come back to your introduction of your question. I think a lot of good projects start from earlier projects. Like Peter already said, I think good projects end too soon. Like there's still so much to do in the region and still so much changing because of this project. I think we sensed that with CORA, and then COM3 was there. It's on in our region. It's working on data, so there's a lot of challenges there and a lot to be done, and a lot of budget can be needed. But like for CORA as well, or we have made this project on the smart rural areas and the extension because of the fact that there's still so much to do and that we want to reach out towards the wider regions with this expertise built and with this knowledge. And so I think, yeah, I think a lot of good projects will come from earlier projects, but hopefully there will be some room for crazy ideas as well.
Thank you, Vika. Franziska, what about you? Do you have any crazy ideas?
Well, for me, it's taking on a different mindset, just thinking about that question, because in research in my institution, a lot of stuff is theory-led, and you have to do your research before you can come up with an intervention. So for me, it's kind of the wrong way around to have a crazy idea and then think of like how we can implement and how people can benefit. But I don't know. I'm also working on like other. I'm more working with self-employed than I do just with SMEs in this project. So maybe there's something that can focus on this more on an individual level to help people on the very small end of the SME scale, and then involving students is always a good idea. That if that's a very crazy idea, I know maybe it would be crazy to have our students, because we're geographers, and but we can always learn from each other in terms of regional effects, I think. So I'm very early in the project that I'm currently working on, so I'm not into the next one right away.
Thank you, Franziska. And Peter, I have a question. We, especially with the experience, we are limited by the funding opportunities and what it is offering and looking at the partnership. But if we did not have this limitation, so imagine you have reasonable up to unlimited funds available in the next years. What would you do different? I mean, what other ideas or things you would implement?
Yes, actually, I think it's very important to really have. Okay, it depends on the programs, of course, because there are more programs, more research-based programs, and then more action-focused programs. So for me, I have more experience in the field of concrete actions in the territories, and actually, there I always see there is kind of the entrance is always a bit high. It's difficult for municipalities to really start with a process of participatory process, innovation building process, and they have not the means and the opportunities, the knowledge to really only make the first step. And if they could do the first step, the world would be already be kind of another one. And I would be really fond of something, a mechanism that enables as many as possible of municipalities, regions, to facilitate, to enter into a project and a participatory process in an innovation developing process easily. So it's all about of money, of course, but I'm sure if to start to really trigger something, you even don't need so much money per municipality, but you need easily accessible budget. And these of course with the traditional programs is not yet possible. It's kind of a dream. But we in Switzerland, actually, we try to work a bit into this direction, so that we enabled 40 municipalities to start with a participatory process to develop a smart villages approach. And they get a co-financing right easily. It's not a high amount, it's about 10,000 euros per municipality, but it's already something which actually we have quite a high demand for this financing tool, and we see already very, very promising results. So it would be nice to have this on a larger scale, but yeah, we know that there are some administrative limitations.
Thank you, Peter. And I think I have a last question to Eva. So Eva, if you did not have any financial limitations, but you would be limited to your partnership, what would you implement with your partners if there were no financial limitations?
Wow. Then I'm going to be crazy and say I think it's not a good idea to have unlimited funding, unfortunately, because I would love to. But at the same time, if you have your own financing part of it, then you have another incentive of following through. But one thing that I would want more in our partnership, both in Futures by Design and in COM3, that I see in our region, is the connection between students and SMEs. And how can we better connect these so they can learn from each other and work with each other? So it's not students just for a moment being in a SME or so, but how can we improve the cooperation between SMEs and students, almost like mentorship programs or something? I think that could be quite interesting. So let's see if someone wants to join us on that journey.
Great. Thanks, everyone. I think we are slowly moving towards the end of the panel. So it was great to have you here. Big thanks to the audience, to the panelists. So I think now you can wave, say bye-bye, and
bye-bye.
You will leave the stage now.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Yeah. So dear participants, thank you very much for staying with us so far. Now it is time to close the game that we played so far from the beginning of the conference, and I would like to invite Adelaide to the stage, who will announce the winners.
Thank you, Darius, and good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for staying with us until now and helping us shaping the digital future of our regions. I'm very happy to announce the name of our winners. We have 3 winners, but before giving their names, I want to give you the correct answer. So the word we wanted you to guess were digital bridge. And the 3 winners will have the chance to receive the latest book from Stein Janne. The title of this book is Digital Transformation Know-How. And our 3 winners are Thomas Monk-Ansmundsen from Weile, Anders Sandik from Venia, and Bob Hart from the Smart Manufacturing Alliance in the UK. Your name will also, I think, appear on the screen soon, right now. Thank you all for your participation, and congratulations.
Thank you very much, Adelaide. Thanks a lot for everybody for taking part in the game, and I hope you will enjoy the small prize and the book. So Adelaide, thank you very much for announcing winners. I think you will now leave the stage. And I will do some very short closing remarks. Thanks a lot for participating in the event today. I think we have learned a lot. And as we are closing, I would like to share maybe some thoughts happening. Most of us and most of our partners and municipalities and public sector and economic sector will catch up. We know that some will stay behind. I think we all see ourselves as facilitators of digital transformation, and we are already planning next steps and discussing where to focus and where to go next. And I really hope that many of us will meet in the future projects very soon. And I wish you all the best. Talk to you soon. Take care and have a good time and good summer.